See Whopper at Burger King now?
Breezy and cool on this first Saturday of November 1983 here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And of course, the site is Michigan Stadium. It's the Purdue Boilermakers versus the University of Michigan Wolverines. Hello, everybody. I'm Ray Lane, along with Jim Brandstetter, and this is the 35th meeting between these two fine universities.
I think a very good game shaping up for two reasons, Ray. Michigan is coming off that tough loss to Illinois. Mentally, that's very tough for them. They've been in the Big Ten championship race up to the last game for the last 15 years. Now they're not. Purdue, on the other hand, is going to make it tough for Michigan for the second reason. Offensively, they're an outstanding football team.
Let's talk about that offensive unit, starting with their quarterback.
The quarterback may be the best pure passing quarterback in the conference. His name is Scott Campbell. He's the kind of kid that can hurt you short or hurt you long. He's got a great release, one of the great quick releases, similar to Joe Namath. Gets the ball in the wainer. He's got a number of great receivers to go to. One of them is the tight end, Cliff Benson. Now, Benson is the guy that led the team in receptions last year. He's a big, strong, tough blocker, but he's got the speed to go deep. You can see he's caught 110 passes in his career for over 1,000 yards, and those are the kinds of passes he'll catch, little short ones. The other thing that makes their offense so good is they have a running game. Mel Gray, number 32, is an outstanding running back. He's got good, quick moves, and he's always moving up the field. You'll never see him do too much dancing. If there is one thing that's key today for the Michigan Wolverines against Purdue, it's how well their defense plays against one of the better offensive units in the conference. Defensively, Purdue is down. Michigan's going to have to score a lot of points, though, I think, because Purdue can score.
And that's something the Wolverines have not been able to do. Only one touchdown in the last two games.
And Bo Schembechler, I'm sure, feels that that has got to change in order for him to win these last 3 games of the year and go 9-2 and get a big bowl bid.
It's a great Saturday afternoon for football here at Ann Arbor. Stick around. We'll have the opening kickoff in just a moment. The Boilermakers of Purdue have won the flip of the coin and have elected to receive, and Michigan will be kicking off. It'll be the duty of Todd Slopey to handle that opening kickoff. The Wolverines defending the goal to our left. That's the north goal. Hawthorne, Lloyd Hawthorne, number 34, and Rod Woodson, number 26. So the two Boilermakers back to handle the opening kickoff that'll be coming from Slopey. Moving into the action this afternoon, Michigan 6-2 overall in the conference, 5-1. Purdue 2-5-1. Conference record at 2-3-1. Taken at the 5-yard line. And Woodson getting outside now, moves up close to the 25-yard line. A pretty good return, met a wall between the 15 and 20 and slid outside and finally forced out of bounds by Rich Hewlett. Purdue's offensive line. Not regarded one of the strengths of this ball club. Good receivers to go with the backfield. Of course, the passing of Scott Campbell. And Price coming in here as the leading receiver on those passes from Campbell. Go back on 1st and 10 for the Boilermakers. And that is Jordan. As Campbell wants to go right to the air, sideline pass, and it's complete. And going out that time was Rick Bruner, who got the starting call at flanker in the place of Jeff Price. And for Bruner, he picks up his 13th catch of the year. DeFelice, Sinsich, and Brooks up front, defensive-wise for Michigan. And the linebacking core that's had a great season. Rose again with that starting call. Lott, Cochran, Cooper, and Cann, the secondary on defense for Michigan. 2nd down and 5. Little delay, and that's Jordan on the carry, has the first down, and getting close to the Boilermaker 40-yard line. And brought down there by Carlton Rose.
One of the things Purdue does, Ray, from the shotgun, they will do some running plays. One of their most favorite is the draw play. And that time it worked very well because your defensive linemen are coming, looking at the pass situation, and all of a sudden you give it to that back on the draw, and they get good yardage. 2
wideouts, Rutherford on the left side out of your picture. And the carry this time is to Rodney Carter. Just about got to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Carter, a sophomore out of Elizabeth, New Jersey, and he is listed as the third-string fullback. Eric Jordan, Bruce King, and then Carter in the three deeps in that fullback position for the Boilermakers. No gain. Second down and 10. Talk about the quick release. And that time some good coverage turned in by Michigan. Intended for Benson. And Benson swarmed under by Tim Anderson.
But you had a big rush coming in on Campbell from Mike Mallory, the inside linebacker for Michigan. And we've got up front, you see the rush, and here comes Mallory. Now Anderson is out with a tight end, and he is on him like glue. And that's the kind of coverage that Michigan has had trouble getting from their inside linebackers. But it was a good one-on-one cover from Anderson because Mallory was on the blitz and forced Campbell to throw early.
3rd and 10 and back into the shotgun. We're passing on to this one. Campbell with plenty of time. And this one flicked away just as he released it. One of the Michigan defenders making a charge that time got a hand up in time.
A big rush from their down 3 linemen that time. Michigan did not come with a blitz. It was Kevin Brooks and Al Sinsichin hit Campbell as he released the ball, and that's why it floated freely out of bounds into the sideline.
Matt Kinzer, K-I-N-Z-E-R, back to punt. This will be only his 3rd punt of the season. He's hit a couple of them for 99 yards, so his average 49.5 yards a punt. Oh, partially blocked that time by Michigan's Fritz Burgess. And Michigan will start off with great field position right around the 43-yard line. 18 yards on that partial block punt. And it was Burgess who got his hand in there in time. A good rush by Fritz.
Really big defensive series for Michigan as they come in with 2 big rushes, force Campbell to throw early. Now here is the punt partially being blocked. Now notice how he takes a route way in front of the kicker. Burgess comes way in front of the kicker and dives. He is anticipating where the ball is going to be, not at the kicker's foot. That's a good route, good coaching on a block kick.
1st and 10 for Michigan at the 43-yard line of the Wolverines. Little swing and pass out formed into the screen. Rick Rogers breaks a tackle. Trying to get to the midfield stripe, does so into Purdue Boilermaker territory at the 45, but a flag has gone down at the Purdue 49. And it might be a clip against Vince Bean.
It looked like a clip against Vince Bean. I don't know, Ray, because Vincent Bean did a great job. That's the preliminary signal. It's a clip against Michigan, and I'm going to doubt and question the call. I don't know whether we have it on a replay or not, but Vincent Bean comes back, and he is very careful not to throw into the guy's legs, and he holds up just to the right moment, and he actually got his head in front of that defender. I don't think that was a clip.
You can see Jerry Diorio discussing things over with the referee, Ortho Gortz. But to no avail, it's marched back to the 36.
Take a look at it right now. Watch the right part of your screen. Now, there's the block. Now, Vincent Bean did not throw into the legs, and the guy actually falls on his back. I think that's a good block by Vince Bean.
First penalty of the afternoon. And for Michigan, they've been averaging just about 40 yards a game as far as penalties are concerned. Oh, 1st down and 17. And up to the 40-yard line on the carry. And this by the fullback, Eddie Garrett. Michigan's offensive line, who hoping to bounce back from a week ago against Illinois, beaten by the Illini in that forward wall. The backfield was Smith, Garrett, Rogers, Nelson, Mark Ray, and Bean getting the starting call as a receiver. We'll check out that Purdue defense in a moment. 2nd down and 13 for the Wolverines. Rogers showing some good running on that first play from the line of scrimmage, only to see it march back because of the penalty. Smith on a pass to Bean. Complete. 1st down, Michigan. And this one now into Boilermaker territory right around the 43.
Let's talk a little bit about how Michigan has opened up here offensively. First play of the game from scrimmage for Michigan, they throw a pass. It gets called back. Next play, they run a fullback. Next play, they run a long pass. Bo's mixing it up a little bit against this Purdue defense. And this defense, by the way, the forward wall, including the outside ends, not regarded as a great defensive line. Secondary, the strongest part of Purdue's defense. 1st and 10. Little delay and now a rollout, and Smith's pass for Bean is a little bit low. Bean standing around the 28-yard line. It's incomplete.
He had him open.
Steve having trouble throwing on the run, it looks like, when he rolls out to his right. You've got to square your shoulders up to the line of scrimmage and get that ball out there. And Steve didn't, and he kind of threw over, crossed his body, and the ball came down real low.
So DeOrio checks back in, bringing in the play for the Wolverines. Second down and 10. We're in the first quarter with 11 minutes and 48 seconds to go in that first quarter. No score. One possession by Purdue, forced to punt, partially blocked, and Michigan has had the ball the last couple of minutes. Rick Rogers on the carry. Nice hole between guard and tackle on the left side. And Rogers picking up just about 8 yards on that carry.
One of the things Michigan is going to try to do, I think, against Purdue is cut back or run over the middle, because Purdue will shift to their tight end and force Michigan to run to the weak side. That time you saw Rogers start outside, then cut it back a little bit over the center, and there was a big hole there because Purdue is over-shifting to the tight end side. So
that was Gladstone, who is listed as a defensive end, coming up and making the tackle. 8 yards on the carry, second down, or rather third down and 2 for the Wolverines. Fake the fullback, and Smith cuts back in close to the first down. And leading the way that time was Derek Hoskins, along with Kevin Sumlin. And Hoskins, young man out of Detroit's McKenzie High School, and his dad for so many years, one of the leading football coaches in the public high schools around Detroit, Joe Hoskins.
One of the things we saw again, Michigan running into the weak side. Purdue defensively is coming up and covering every player to the tight end side of the formation. To the split end side, they've only got a tackle, a linebacker, and an inside backer. And there is some room over to run to the short side of the field or into the tight end, rather into the split end.
Inches away from the first down. So first decision necessary by Bo Schembechler on a 4th and inches at the Boilermaker 34-yard line. Bo has made up his mind. DeOrio brings in the play. That is just inches away from the 33-yard line needed for the first down. It'll be interesting to see how the Wolverines conduct themselves this afternoon after that tough loss down in Illinois a week ago, and I guess we refer to as a gut check, just to see what kind of a ball club that Bo has, how they want to bounce back. Smith on the carry. Should have enough for the first down. Just getting that ball, hoping for some blocking on the right side by Humphreys and Doug James, and the Wolverines have the first down.
You know, talking about what you just said, right, idea of what they're going to be like mentally, and I think that the defensive series that we first saw show that they're ready to play. Bo has got them ready. They came with blitzes. They're gambling on defense. They're playing aggressively. And offensively so far, we've seen them come out early, throw a couple of times deep, and look for a third pass that was incomplete. I think he's got them ready to play.
First and 10 at the Wolverine, or rather at the Boilermaker 32-yard line, and Smith wants to go to the air, fires it out to Garrett. Garrett got a good block as Humphreys that time. It slipped out to the right and took out a couple of the defenders of the Boilermakers. Horner, the nose guard, coming in to make the stop, but Garrett making only his 4th reception of the year.
But once again, Ray, a first down pass. It appears as though Purdue, like Illinois last week, would load up inside with their defensive people trying to stop the run. Michigan trying to counter that kind of thinking by throwing on first down.
Since the Wolverines took the punt, they have had 8 plays. It'll be the 9th from the line of scrimmage now. Second down and 7 at the 29-yard line of the Boilermakers. Smith faking, keeps it on the option. A lot of daylight. 15-10, could go all the way. Cuts back in. Touchdown. A bit of nifty running by Steve Smith that time from the line of scrimmage at the 29-yard line, and Smith scoring his 5th touchdown on the ground this year.
And Ray, once again, the play run into the weak side. As we take a look at it, you'll see the Purdue defense overshifted to the field or the tight end. Now they call the audible, and Smith goes back to the weak side. Now look, there's a fake inside, holds the linebacker. There's only one guy out there. Hoskins takes the pitch back. Now Smith is in the secondary because they had only one guy out there, and now Smith just puts on the athletic ability, as you call it, toe dancing into the end zone.
I tell you, the desperation tackle tried by Woods and no avail. Bergeron trying for the extra point. He has it. So with 9 minutes and 33 seconds to go in the opening quarter here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, the Wolverines on top by a touchdown and an extra point. Well, the running of Steve Smith through that weak side, and Jim, you called that one pretty well. Capped off with that 29-yard trot. The extra point giving Michigan a 7-0 lead. Hawthorne to the right, and Woodson to the left to take the kickoff from Slopey. It'll be Woodson right around his 3-yard line. Gets across the 20 up to the 22-yard line. And so the Boilermakers, for the second time in this opening quarter, will be going on offense. Burgess, by the way, leading the way for the Wolverines. The special teams on that tackle that time to stop Woodson. Mark it at the 22, 1st and 10 for the Boilermakers. Boilermakers coming off a big win a week ago against Northwestern. And in that ball game, they're starting tailback Mel Gray, picking up 3 touchdowns. First time we've seen him go to the I formation. And the fake to Gray. And Campbell firing intended for Rutherford, his wide receiver, incomplete.
And Ray, Michigan going up front defensively with their pass rush group. Nate Rogers in at middle guard, and at the left tackle for Vince DeFelice is Mike Hammerstein. Those are much better pass rushing guys in the middle, and Bo is going to them against Campbell, who probably will be putting it up.
Campbell 1 for 4 on the Michigan drive, 3 minutes and 43 seconds to move 57 yards. Second down and 10. Outside, you got the move that time by Mel Gray, and you talk about quickness, he has it. In fact, a year ago, picked up 916 yards in the ground. He's a little bit behind that this year starting it, but he shows you with the quick footwork. Lott and Mallory in there. Carter is checked into the fullback position. Campbell 1 for 4 in the air for 5 yards for 10. Scott Campbell, regarded by the Michigan coaching staff as the best passing quarterback in the Big Ten.
Looks like Michigan's coming with a blitz.
3rd and 7. Out of the shotgun. And Campbell off the fingertips that time of Cliff Benson, his big tight end. Benson, first string all Big Ten last year. So Michigan for the second time this afternoon, forcing Purdue to punt.
Michigan defensively doing a good job disguising the blitz, coming with one man from the outside and then single covering the tight end Benson with their linebackers. And so far we've seen every pass they've tried to hit the tight end with has been bad.
And blocked again, scrambling into the end zone. Was there possession? They say touchdown.
Jeff Cohen got in to block the kick, Ray, and Carlton Rose flew into the end zone and just barely got possession before his feet went out of bounds. Big play for Michigan defensively. You watch, there's just a sieve in the middle, and Jeff Cohen, number 10, again going in front of the kicker, going for the path of the ball, and he blocks it beautifully. And then Carlton Rose, watch him. Now this is great concentration. He knows the ball's going to bounce out of the end zone, and watch him. He keeps both feet down, catches, and then just rolls out, and that's a great play by Rose and an outstanding rush by Cohen.
Michigan taking only 1 minute and 1 second for their last touchdown to hit the end zone again on a great defensive move by Cohen, combined with Rose. Bergeron has the extra point, and Michigan quickly off to a 14-0 lead with still 8 minutes and 32 seconds to go in the opening quarter.
I'm Bob McBride. My company makes steel, and more than a third of it goes into the best cars in the world. We've been selling steel in Detroit for 50 years. We're going to do it for the next 50 with quality, service, and delivery that rate #1. My company's National Steel, and when I say we're driving for #1, believe it. As the president of National, I won't settle for less.
The only difference between these 84 Corvettes is the gasoline they're using. This one accelerates faster with Amoco Premium Lead-Free. It's the highest octane lead-free you can buy, and the same high-performance gasoline that helps solve engine problems like knock and run-on in your car. You expect more from Amoco, and premium performance is one way you get it.
Well, we talking about the drought the Wolverines have had their past 2 ball games, coming this one not being able to score touchdowns, and quickly moving against the defense and the offense of the Boilermakers to jump out to a 14-0 lead. Schlopey aiming this one down to Woodson at the 4-yard line. On a little daylight at the 15, got across the 20, close to the 22-yard line. So the Boilermakers will put it in play. Third time they have gone to the line of scrimmage. Garland Rivers making the tackle for Michigan. And Woodson bringing it back to the 22-yard line. So it's catch-up offense now for the Boilermakers, Scott Campbell.
Well, that's the one thing about Purdue is they can play that kind of game because Campbell has so many good receivers and he's such a good thrower.
The lone back directly behind Campbell is Jordan, number 20. 1st and 10. Making a pitch to Jordan. And almost looked like a little bootleg play or a misplay.
Well, it's either a naked reverse or a misplay. We don't know because Campbell went right. Everybody else went left, including his backs and his blockers. So we don't know that. We'll have to check the Purdue coaching staff, find out whether that was actually a misplay or whether it was designed that way.
We saw Mark Jackson, a wide receiver, number 36, checking in for the Boilermakers, bringing into play. 2nd down and 6. 4 yards on that last carry from the shotgun. Campbell, quick release, sideline pass over to Jackson. And they say he made the play and then stepped out of bounds. So it's a 1st down across the 35 to the 36-yard line of the Boilermakers.
Little out pattern, very safe pattern. Michigan defensively giving Purdue a lot of cushion now with a 14-point lead. And you see Jackson out to the sideline, Cochran giving him about 5 yards. The timing pattern, and that's tough to stop. But I'm sure Michigan defensively willing to give that up with the lead they have.
Mel Gray on the carry. Scampers across the 40-yard line, close to the 42. And in there was Mike Mallory to trip him up. Campbell in the passing department, 2 for 6 for 15 yards.
And defensively for the Wolverines, we see Tommy Hassel in the ball game at that linebacker spot opposite Rodney Lyle. So Hassel's injury to his hamstring must be, he must be 100%. Up front defensively, Dave Meredith is in there for Kevin Brooks.
2nd and 4. Gray again on a carry. Should have enough for the 1st down. They'll mark it at the 47-yard line by half a yard. Mallory around the shoe tops that time of the stop. Let's go back and talk about something you were talking about earlier, Jim, and that was about the pass rush by Michigan's defense. And you mentioned a couple of the players. Is that because of a little more quickness that they have?
Well, some players are better run defenders up front. Some guys are better rushers. It's just simple as that. You see Pittsburgh and the pro team sometimes will throw different people who are specialized in pass rushing. Michigan has that same kind of talent up front.
Showing the blitz, that down by the Hassel coming in and saying, how do you do to Mr. Jordan? Hassel breaking through, and Jordan tossed for the loss.
You take a look at Tom Hassel, and that's one of his first actions that he's seen in the last 2 weeks because of that injury. And tell me Tommy Hassel is ready to play. We talked to him the other day, and he says, I just like to get in there. I like to hit people. That's why I like to play defense, and you can see why.
He stood him straight up. Mr. Jordan, that is, back to the 40-yard line. So a loss of 7, 2nd down and 17 for the Boilermakers. Hassel the hammer. Shotgun again employed by the Boilermakers. Campbell. Blitz is right. Trying to get out of it, does. Manages the release and fires out the bench and close to the 50. They say he trapped it. Incomplete.
Michigan came with an all-out blitz from the corner. Was coming the one back, Rodney Lyles. Inside linebackers were coming. How Scott Campbell got out of this, you just don't know. He's a cool customer, 3-year starter. There you see Rose out there coming. Now, somebody's got a hand on him. He's still able to hold on, and that's the release. That quick release allowed him to get that ball off under real heavy pressure. But he's a cool customer back there, Ray.
He is. And has quickness of foot, too. Moves around pretty good. Flag goes down when they had motion by Purdue. Well, this one will be against the Boilermakers. on a 3rd and 17. Mark it 5 more, make it 3rd and 22. And the Michigan fans know how to do their version of the wave.
It's the Husky wave. Remember they did this out in Washington? The only thing about this is Bo Schembechler doesn't like it because it doesn't allow the other team to call its audibles. That happened to him in Illinois, and he says he doesn't want it to happen here at Michigan Stadium.
They used the draw play. And on the carry was Rodney Carter. Cooper making a stop. And that'll turn it over to a punt situation for the Boilermakers. Matt Kinzer checking in to handle a punt. It'll be his 3rd attempt at a punt. He's had one partially blocked and then had the other one blocked, rolled into the end zone, and turned out to be a Michigan touchdown. He gets this one away. No pressure this time by the Wolverines. Cooper back there at his 14-yard line. Breaks one tackle, gets across the 20-yard line. And so Michigan will start this one at the 21-yard line. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. By the way, while we're talking about people following Michigan, last night we had a little get-together in the evening, if you want to say cocktail party. Several members of the various bowls still on hand. Cotton Bowl, Sugar Bowl, and the Fiesta Bowl, all with representatives talking to Don Cannon. Of course, would like to invite this gentleman to one of those bowls, Bo Schembechler, and, of course, the Michigan Wolverines. At the 21, 1st and 10. Fake to Rogers. Smith wants to go to the air again. He has his tight end, Tim Nelson, complete at the 30-yard line. Driving in there to make the stop on him, the strong side safety, Wilson.
Good job by Eddie Garrett, the fullback, right there, blocking the Purdue defensive end. Steve Smith came out on a rollout. Once again, I think an offensive play designed by Bo Schembechler to give Smith a little bit more time to throw. Also exercise his option to run because he is such a good running quarterback. And that time, I'll tell you, the fullback, Eddie Garrett, was out in front and just held that defensive end right on the line of scrimmage and allowed Smith to check out Sim Nelson and which way he was going, and Sim got just enough for the first down. So the Wolverines, once again, on first down, come out throwing and get the first down.
Nelson collecting his 27th reception of the year. And Smith now in the passing department, 4 for 5, good for a total of 38 yards. So the Wolverines with a first down at the Michigan 31. 14-0. Wolverines on top of the Boilermakers. Michigan trying to chalk up its 6th win in conference play. Rogers on the carry. Boy, there was a hole there, and then it closed up in a hurry. And I guess you'd say that Brock Spack would be the best linebacker they have of their linebacking core.
Yeah, Spack is a 3-year starter. He's one of their better inside linebackers. Defensively, Purdue's been hurting all year long. They don't seem to get the big play when they need them, and teams are averaging 30 points against them. But individually, they've got some players, and Spack is one of them.
Rogers on a couple of carries for a total of 10 yards. 2nd down and 8. Pitch to Rogers. And Rogers tripped up that time after picking up some yardage. The Boilermakers using some players that are not listed on the 2 deeps. And this is Tim Richardson who got credit. He's listed as a tailback, but he's playing defensive ball. Why not? Burt, that, of course, with that 2-3-1 record in the Big Ten, a chance to look at some of his younger players for the remainder of the schedule.
Right, and the other thing that Purdue's doing is they are putting linebackers out now to that weak side, so they're getting somebody into that area rather than loading up to the strong side because Michigan hurt him with that option that Smith scored on.
Make it 3rd down and 3. And Smitty wanting to pass again. Found a man at the sideline. Should be enough for the first down. That was Vince Bean cutting back in for the reception. Nice footwork by Vince.
Vince Bean has got a pattern, it seems like, on that sideline pattern where he leans out of bounds about a yard or 2. Part of the reason, though, the pass is able to be complete, Smith wanted to throw out left, and then came back off that and threw right. The reason, the offensive line blocking. That's the protection that they didn't get last week against Illinois. Smith was under pressure all last week. So far this time around, he's been able to look for his first receiver and his secondary receiver without much pressure.
So the Wolverines pull off the third down conversion. They're about 48% for the year. Here's Rogers trying to get outside. Picks up about 3 yards on that carry, just about to the 50-yard line. Rogers on his third carry for a total of 18. Fourth carry, that is. Got 3 on the carry. Second down and 7. For 18, Mark Ray, by the way, getting another starting call for about the 4th straight week. Well, the stats on Rogers, what he's done so far, 2:24 remaining in the opening quarter. Michigan with a 14-0 lead. Rogers trying to cut back in against the grade. Might have got 2 yards out of the carry, and Melvin Menke, the tackle on the left side, is making the stop.
Purdue is inside playing very tough defense. They've got a lot of people committed between the tackles to take away the run. Now, Michigan has been successful going outside with the option and throwing the short pass underneath. I suspect on this play, we'll see something like that.
Now they slot Bean to the right. Mark Ray, the outside receiver, out of your picture. Bean over the middle, juggles the ball and can't hang on to it. Covering on a play was Derek Hoskins, a young man out of Detroit. Bean would have made that reception. He still would have been shy, maybe 2 yards, yard and a half of getting the first down.
You know, Ray, that's something that Illinois did to Michigan last week. So the Wolverine coaching staff picking something up from the Fighting Illini. They slot Bean out to the right and bring him over the middle in kind of a drag pattern that Williams hurt them with so much last week.
Underneath and then getting the yardage after he makes the reception. Bracken with his first punt of the afternoon. And he's been having his difficulties. This is Woodson waiting for it at the 11-yard line. Not going to go anyplace that time. And in there for Michigan was Scarcelli, who makes the stop on Woodson. So we got a timeout with 1:30 to go in the opening quarter. Michigan leading by a pair of touchdowns.
Hey, guys, I'm back.
Catch anything, Riley?
Yeah, I caught this granddaddy of a fish. But when I got him in the boat, he says, I'll give you 3 wishes if you throw me back.
A talking fish?
Well, it was hot. I was thirsty, so I wished for a nice, cold Stroh's beer. And there it was. Tasted so good, I wished for another one.
2 wishes, 2 Strohs.
And what'd you do with the third wish?
Hey, would I forget my phrase?
From one beer lover to another, Strohs.
Every weeknight, starting at 6:30, a new free press hits the streets. The Bulldog Edition, bringing you the kinds of things you won't find in any other paper, like same-day New York and American stock exchange closings, the latest breaking news and sports you can get today, plus your favorite free press columnists and features hot off the press. Just go to the free press box marked with the blue top to pick up the freshest paper you can read this evening. The Free Press Bulldog Edition. Look for it. You'll find it on streets all over town.
Bracken, by the way, coming in this ball game, averaging just about 38 yards on his punting. And the Boilermakers deep in their own territory, really trying to pick up some yardage that time. There was Gray on the carry. And May had a problem getting back to the line of scrimmage. Probably lost a yard. Sencich in there to make the stop on him. Jackson checking in for Purdue, the wide receiver. Brunner checking out at the flanker position. 2nd and 11 for Purdue with 50 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Campbell with plenty of time. And comes out to Jackson. Jackson is wrapped up by Sencich at the 15-yard line.
Now, that's an interesting guy to call on a tackle for a pass play, Ray. Al Sencich is a middle guard, and yet he was in pass coverage. Why? Because Michigan came with a rush from the outside in order to force the quarterback, if he does scramble, up through the middle. Cincich doesn't rush. He stays on the line of scrimmage. He's got responsibility for a draw with the single setback or a scramble up the middle. That time he stayed with the back who came out, which was the fullback Carter, and made the tackle on a pass reception.
3rd and 6. And good work that time by the Wolverines again. Boy, you talk about Hammerstein. He got his arm up there, and you talk about his quickness. He did the job again. Time has run out the first quarter. That's the end of that. Michigan leading the Boilermakers of Purdue as we get all set for the second quarter by a score of 14-0.
34 years ago, Volkswagen introduced the family van to America. And over the years, we've made thousands of improvements. We improved the transmission and the handling. We kept the van again small outside, but made it bigger inside. And now we've made room for 22% more power with a new water-cooled engine. The 1984 Vanagon. There's a lot behind it. Vanagon. It's not a car. It's a Volkswagen.
We need another set of drawings.
I just did a set.
We changed something.
But we just changed
You
it.
have to change the change.
I just changed the change.
You have to change the change that you changed.
But I already
While your
changed the change.
competitors are still trapped doing things the old way, you can be a generation ahead of them. With Data General's computer-based engineering systems, you can design and test prototypes by computer. And Data General systems are so compatible, they can even link up with the leading mainframe to keep you a generation ahead of your competitors. Data General.
A generation ahead.
I had no more tears left. I was the first daughter in the family just to start college. Now I'd have to leave. Not because of my grades, but because of money. Even with a part-time job, I couldn't afford to go on. Mom and Dad wanted to help, but they were just getting by themselves. Now my dream was going to die. I'd never be a doctor.
When bright young minds can't afford college, America pays the price. But the United Negro College Fund can make the difference. We work to keep college affordable at 42 predominantly black colleges.
Thanks to the United Negro College Fund, today I'm Dr. Linda Doty White.
Support the United Negro College Fund. A mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Line of scrimmage for the Boilermakers, a 15-yard line, 4th down and 6. So Kinzer checking back in for his 4th punt of the afternoon. Cooper back for Michigan. Evan back at his 45-yard line. Takes it now at the 42. Straight up and across the midfield stripe down into Boilermaker territory, close to the 42-yard line. But there's a flag at the 45 of Purdue, so we'll wait for the call on that one. By the way, Kinzer, we're informed by Jim Snyder, our statistician, quite a baseball prospect. He's a pitcher on the Purdue Boilermaker baseball team, has already been drafted by the Cleveland Indians. But he's had trouble with punting this afternoon. Oh, we got a clip on that one?
No, Michigan got caught blocking below the waist on a return, and that's a penalty. Push them back into their own territory. They lose some decent field position.
Marked back just inside the 40-yard line. Well, Michigan's line of scrimmage instead of the Boilermaker territory. Back at the 40 of the Wolverines, 1st and 10. In that first quarter, Michigan with 9 rushes for 56 yards, and Smith was 5 for 7 in the air for 47, good for a total of 105, or rather 103 yards total offense in that opening quarter, and leading 14-0. The option plays, but he will continue to hang on to it, and why not? He's got some valuable yardage all the way to the Boilermaker 40-yard line, so he collects 20 on that carry.
And once again, running it to the split end side of the formation, Ray. The tight end is to the right. Smitty comes down. There's a little penetration here, but they get outside. Now that end has to come up and take the pitch back, and now Steve Smith uses this great speed at quarterback just to run away from 2 linebackers and a safety.
Well, Smith has carried 4 times so far in this ball game, and he's on his way to having a good afternoon on the ground. He's already had a pretty good one in the air, but he's got 52 yards collected on the ground. 1st and 10 at the Boilermaker 40-yard line. This time giving to the fullback, Garrett, but there was a flag just about the time to snap, and it looked like a little movement across the line. And it was motion on Michigan. So the Wolverines will pick up the third penalty. 5 yards marked against 3 for 35 now.
Take a look at the 3 down people, and there's movement by the left guard, Jerry DiOrio, just before the snap of the ball. Yeah, that's a procedure penalty. So Michigan gets pushed back. They're looking at 1st and 15.
And you can see the way that play was developing, that DiOrio and Dixon were double teaming. Probably on Horner, the nose guard. It slid over just a little bit. Good fake that time. Looked like a mix-up, but it wasn't. And Garrett hitting the line, and Smitty following right on his heels. Getting back almost to the original line of scrimmage. Mulcrone in there to make the stop on Smith.
Once again, Ray, Michigan running that option to the split end side, or the weak side, because Purdue is overshifting their defense to the tight end. And that leaves one less person to the split end side. And when you run the option out there and you don't allow penetration of the line of scrimmage, you got yourself a play.
Now, we saw Illinois do that correctly, but with different type of personnel.
Well, they're a reading defense, so they skated real fast at the line of scrimmage out to the play.
2nd and 11. And Smith with a lot of time. Markway wide open. And touchdown for young Triando Markway out of Detroit DePorres High School. An afternoon he'll remember as he picks up his first collegiate touchdown.
He was wide open, and one of the reasons he was wide open was because Michigan ran the option fake. They started going to the right, and both people followed Sim Nelson, the tight end, down the middle of the field. Mark Ray stayed on his sideline and came wide open.
So Michigan with its 3rd touchdown of the afternoon. Bergeron checking in to try for his 3rd extra point. Decker holding. Got it away, and it is good. So with 13:48 in the 2nd quarter, the Boilermakers of Purdue have got some catching up to do. Wolverines on top by 3 touchdowns. Quiet crowd on hand at Michigan Stadium right now, even though their team is up by 3 touchdowns, leading 21-0. Hawthorne, along with Woodson back there to take the kickoff from Slopey. And that touchdown strike at 41 yards for Markway, the longest pass completion by Smith this year. This is Hawthorne, and gets across the 25. Check it, it was Woodson on the carry.
Take a look at the touchdown now. Steve Smith comes down the line of scrimmage to the right. It's a fake on the option. Look at him. He's running down. Now he comes back, looking right, looking down the middle. His 3rd receiver was Mark Ray. The first one was Nelson. Mark Ray comes wide open on the backside and is wide open because of that play action on the option look. As Michigan goes 60 yards, only takes them a little more than a minute. They got a 21-0 lead. A real good play action pass by the Wolverines to score.
At the 26, 1st and 10 for the Boilermakers. And Campbell, avoiding trouble, still wants to throw. Intercepted by Lott. Pulls that one off right around the 39-yard line. Stepping in front of the wide receiver, Rutherford that time. Lott coming in and hauling it in for young John, his 2nd interception of the year.
Scott Campbell getting heavy pressure back here from the outside. Rodney Lyles, number 80. 90 Vince DeFelice on the other side. Cuts up. Now Kevin Brooks comes up and is right in his face. Forces him to throw a bad pass, and Lott is right there. The receiver was way behind. Really, Scott Campbell should have sat that one out and just taken the loss, because instead he gets the interception and gives Michigan's offense another great opportunity to make this one 28 now.
Well, members of that Michigan band unit very happy with things the way are going. Kerry Smith has checked in at tailback for Michigan. And on the first call, he gets the call. Just about to the line of scrimmage, and met there by Chris Scott, defensive tackle. That was a 12th interception that Campbell has had pulled off against him this year.
Well, a lot of things can happen, Ray, when you put pressure on the quarterback. And in that situation, that's one of the good things that can happen to you defensively. You pressure that quarterback, force him to throw a bad pass, and you can make yourself a break.
3 yards on that last carry by Smith. That was Kerry Smith. So it's 2nd down and 7. And trying to make the cut right around the 38-yard line, and Smith falling to the turf. He was smothered by some of the interior linebacker. Steve Smith, by the way, in total offense, 144 yards through the air and on the ground. Rice checking in at fullback now for Michigan. Carthen's coming out of there. Bean and Markray wide on the right side. Kerry Smith wide on the left side. And Rice, the lone back behind Steve Smith. Got a good pocket to throw out of that time. Vince Bean makes the reception right at the 28-yard line. And you can see the Boilermakers in there trying to steal the ball. Rod Woodson, the free safety, was trying to take it out of the hands of Bean. They'll rule it complete at the 29. Or rather the, that's right, 29 on the Boilermakers.
And again, Ray, that's the same pass pattern that Illinois used against Michigan last week. They put Vincent Bean out in a slot. He's the inside receiver of the 2 wide men to the right. He comes over the middle and just drags across into that zone, that open seam in the zone beneath the deep drop of the linebackers and in front of the deep backs. And he comes open, and Smith drilled it that time, and they got just almost enough of the first down, but they're only about half a yard short.
You talk about the seam, Jim. When Bean comes out of there, what do you have the Boilermaker linebacker pick him up for a certain amount of yardage, and then it's the defensive back to pick him up from that point on?
Right. What happens is the linebackers are taking their drops into a zone. Vincent Bean has to clear those linebackers. One will drop into the flat, one will drop straight back. And Bean drags over the middle, and when he gets in between those two, then he's open. And that's when Smith has to hit him.
Michigan needing a little yardage here. 4th down and inches. A couple of fullbacks, Garrett and Rice, in there as the running backs. Garrett close to the first down. We may get a measurement here. And will. Although Courts, the referee, asking for the chain to be brought back out again. The few times we've seen both fullbacks in there. A lot of times they use a fullback, one of them on the wing position. Both set there in that pro set. The Boilermakers have stopped the Wolverines. Michigan did not get the first down. So the Boilermakers have something to cheer about for the first time in this ball game. A timeout with 11:46 to go in the first half. Michigan leading 21-0.
Every 10 seconds during the past year, someone, somewhere, for some mysterious reason, switched to Burger King. Switched. Who knows why? Switched. But it's added up to millions of switchers. Maybe even
you.
There's nothing so fragile as a flicker of hope. Ill winds threaten to extinguish it. Forgotten promises attack its source. It can drown in a drop of apathy. To stay alive, a flicker of hope requires a single most precious source of fuel, you. Your care can ignite that flicker of hope into a flame. Give to the torch drive. Give something extra this year. People who need people who care. Now more than ever.
Boilermakers going on offense after stopping Michigan on a 4th and inches at the 29 of Purdue. And Campbell rolling out on the run, firing to Jordan, complete. And Jordan brought down by a lot, right around the 35-yard line. They may mark it across the 35, close to the 36.
Once again, had good pressure, though, as Nate Rogers, now in playing middle guard for Al Sincic, came free through the guard center gap.
See number 48, Rutherford, the wide receiver, bringing in the play to Campbell. 7 yards on that completed pass. 2nd down and 3. Out of the shotgun, the little draw that time, Jordan. And the first man to greet him was Nate Rogers. Slipped off of Rogers, but he was losing his footing going down. Finally wrapped up by Carlton Rose.
Kevin Brooks is injured, and let's take a look and see if we found out how he got hurt. He's in there with a rush. Now he reads the draw and comes outside. And oh, there he is. His right leg got caught underneath his body when he made the hit. Kevin Brooks in his freshman year had an injury where he actually broke a bone in his kneecap. And again, losing a defensive lineman of Kevin Brooks' stature would be critical for Michigan. It's nice that they have Mike Hammerstein back after his injury earlier in the season. So the injury to Brooks, they can rest him this game and make sure that it's nothing serious.
And another fellow that's been getting some good experience this year, although he already is a senior, is Dave Meredith at that position. But you're right about Hammerstein coming back in. So Brooks, under his own power, going back to the Michigan bench. Looks as if he was walking it off in a pretty good fashion. See if he gets back in this ball game. And checking in is Meredith, number 96, at that tackle position. No gain on that last carry. 3rd down and 3. And Campbell that time handing off to Rodney Carter. Carter trying to get the necessary 3 yards for the first down. Will be close. Might be shy, but we'll wait and see. Had to get just across the 39-yard line, and they have it. They have it by inches. First down.
Give that to Carter all by himself because he was stopped about a yard or 2 yards short of the first down. He just kept his leg driving and picked his way until he got the necessary yardage.
Rogers on the bottom, Meredith on top on the stop for Michigan. 1st and 10 Boilermakers. Wolverines leading 21-0, 10:27 to go in the second quarter. Price, with his first reception in this ball game, gets into Michigan territory right around the 48-yard line. A lot around the ankles, along with Cooper.
Scott Campbell doing a better job reading the blitz because Carlton Rose was coming off that side of the corner. Campbell read that blitz. As soon as the wide receiver, Price, saw that blitz coming, he also turned around very quickly and watched for the pass. And Campbell delivered it because he knew he was going to get heavy pressure.
Price went out of there after making the reception. A little trouble with his ankle. Griffin, number 2, checking in at a wide receiver's post. Bruner and Griffin wide. The top of your screen and out of the picture. And Campbell, a little bit of a mix-up. Besides, he better call for a timeout with 10 minutes and 1 second to go here in the second quarter. Michigan on top, 21-0. Into the 1st and 10 for Purdue, but it looks as if they were having a mix-up of what receivers were supposed to come in.
Well, Jeff Price is the starting receiver, and Rick Brunner is the backup, but they play a lot. They're kind of messenger-type wide receivers out there. And it looked like Brunner lined up in the wrong position, and instead of taking a 5-yard delay of game penalty, Scott Campbell wisely called the timeout.
So while I get things straightened out, Carter, the fullback, checks out. Michigan's defensive unit getting some instructions here on the 1st and 10 during the timeout. Campbell 5 for 12 in the year for a total of 39 yards, while Smith has gone to the year for Michigan 7 times completed out of 9 attempts for 97 yards. The story in the passing department. And they've got the wave going here again.
The Wolverine wave, they must call this.
Well, if they didn't dress warm enough for the game, this is a good way of getting warm.
Each section individually stands up and puts their arms over their head and starts yelling. And it's very similar to what they do in Washington's Husky Stadium, and that's where the Michigan people must have got the idea.
Guy says, how does it ever stop? They just keep going all the way around. They start it again. 1st and 10 at the Michigan 49. Quick pass. It goes out to Price. Around the ankles is Lott. Brings him down close to the 45-yard line of Michigan. Just a quick little look in. Not even a look in. Stop and go.
Good for 3 yards. Good first down pass. Very safe. I think what Purdue's trying to get Michigan to do is loosen up a little bit and force them to stop blitzing. And they can do that with those quick, short passes.
A couple of catches for Price for a total of 15 yards. Jackson over to the right side now. With 2 wide receivers, one on the right, one on the left. And Jordan finds a hole right over the middle, gets inside the Michigan 40, down to the 39-yard line. Gant in there to make the tackle on him. Jordan came in this ball game the 8th leading rusher in the Big Ten, averaging just about 6.8 a carry. Not too bad.
Good block over there by the tight end, Cliff Benson, on Mike Hammerstein. He just knocked him down. That's all it creased that the back Jordan needed to get the good yardage. And again, quick opening plays like that can stop a team involved in a blitz. If teams are coming at you with blitzes all the time, like Michigan has been against Purdue, what happens is you catch them real quickly with that. A quick opener, a quick pass, you force them to back up and not to blitz so often.
Mike Mallory had a little difficulty here, and an official taking a little extra time and said, since you might be injured, you got to come off for at least one play. Mallory seems to be okay. He didn't want to come off the field. But now checks out. 3rd down and inches needed for the Boilermakers for the first down at the 39 of Michigan. Jordan leaps over, has the first down, right around the 31-yard line. And carrying from behind was Tom Hassel. Losing the shoe in the process with Jordan. Jordan 5 carries for 18 yards. Michigan on top, leading in this ball game 21-0. And we got 8:45.
You won't believe this. Now, it's too long to explain. Go ahead and do the play, and I'll tell you what that hiss you're hearing in the background is.
We're talking about making the announcement, no more wave cheer here, huh? Breaking outside, some nice moves, that time by Mel Gray. And finally forced out of bounds by Cochran. They'll mark it at the Michigan 16-yard line.
Well, Purdue is doing a good job offensively, and I think it's give them a good chance that they're not panicking here. They're down 21, but they're sticking pretty much to their game plan. Here they get a good block at the point of attack, and this is where Gray is so good. Making a lot of moves here, but he's moving upfield the whole time. Cochran does a good job playing off the block, forcing Gray out of bounds.
So that good block by Alekna. There's a tackle on the left side. 1st and 10 for Purdue, and the pass from Campbell as he fires it complete to Rodney Carter. And Carter with his 14th catch of the year, getting inside the Michigan 10-yard line, right around the 7-yard line, brought down by Kevin Brooks. Good to see Kevin back in the lineup now, and Cooper. And now Brooks coming off the field. Checking in is Meredith from Michigan. Jackson, number 36, you saw check in now, a wide receiver again for Purdue. At the 7-yard line of the Wolverines, 2nd down and a yard needed. They're doing the wave here without the cheer. They're just standing up.
They're going up and they're going like you quiet somebody down, they're going and then the hiss you're hearing on there is they had an announcement not to wave while Purdue had the ball in order to let them get off the play.
Campbell back on a rush, and he'll be tossed for a loss. Leading the way was Rodney Lyles of Michigan.
Well, all the way down the field, Purdue offensively has read that blitz and has been able to hit the quick pass or get the quick run in there, knocking off a crease and making some yardage. This time around, Campbell goes straight back. He needs time, and Michigan's coming from the outside. Lyles comes right inside Rodney Carter. Now, Carter just dead flat missed that block, and here from the outside comes help on Hammerstein. But they come with an outside linebacker, Rodney Lyles, and Campbell had no chance.
Campbell faced now with a 3rd and 13. He has hit on his last 4 passes for 30 yards. 7:12 remaining in the first half. And this time on a look-in pass, he is complete. Jeff Price making his 3rd reception, and the Michigan man is down on the far side of the field, right around the 13-yard line. It looks as if it's John Lott. It is.
Once again, Campbell read the blitz coming from the outside, Rodney Lyles, and he just checked off at the line of scrimmage and threw that quick pass in there. But Evan Cooper did a good job on coverage. Now, we don't know how John Lott got hurt out there because he was really off the ball by about 10 yards. He might have made a cut to cover somebody, and his knee might have just given out because they are working on his leg.
Well, they work on John down there. It'll Purdue faced with a 4th and 9 when we get back to the action. And they have sent out their field goal team, led by Tim Clark, their field goal place kicker. We're working on John Lott over there. Cooper over there to assist with the trainers. And Michigan fans with a nice hand for John Lott. Wolverines after this one will go on the road for the final time of the regular season. Next week going to Minnesota. Tim Clark checking in for a field goal attempt, and when it gets all set to go, he'll be trying for a 32-yard effort. Clark, stories in his field goal, 4 for 5. Young man out of Pennsylvania. They mark it at the 22. 32-yard effort. Has the distance on it, and it is good. So the Boilermakers get on the scoreboard for the first time this afternoon with the 3-point effort from Clark with 6:56 to go in the first half. Wolverines 21, Purdue 3.
I'm Bob McBride. My company makes steel, and more than a third of it goes into the best cars in the world. We've been selling steel in Detroit for 50 years. We're going to do it for the next 50 with quality, service, and delivery that rate #1. My company's National Steel, and when I say we're driving for #1, believe it. As the president of National, I won't settle for less.
For contact lenses, think fashion hardware. You can trust us, you know that we care. The optical department at Sears.
Right now, get frames for the entire family from our regular line priced to $54 for only $19.95. Get those fashion and designer frames you always wanted for just $19.95 when you buy prescription lenses at the optical department at Sears.
There's more for your life at
The optical department at Sears.
To go to work with the kickoff, Walt Capizzo, Goshen, Indiana. Rogers and Kerry Smith back to handle the kickoff for Michigan. Rogers 20 and Kerry Smith 23. Walt Capizzo, a senior. Kerry Smith will take it right around his 3-4-yard line. Finds some daylight, and across the 25 to the 26-yard line. Kerry Smith doing a good job in handling the kickoffs, and averaging just about 25 yards every time he gets his hands on it. 4 minutes and 50 seconds taken by Purdue to go 71 yards, capped off by that 32-yard effort, field goal effort by Clark for their lone score.
Once again, Michigan defensively doing a good job with a sack by Rodney Lyles to keep him from getting a touchdown. You know, they had to settle for a field goal.
You talk about the defense doing the job. The offense has done the job, too, here in the first half for Michigan. Garrett on the carry and stopped by Chris Scott of Purdue. The 26-yard line, the line of scrimmage, and almost 3 yards on that carry that time by Eddie. It'll be second down and 7.
Once again, though, Michigan now going to the middle. They have gotten Purdue outside conscious with the option, so they come back with a fullback over the middle. Now they might go back outside because Purdue has done some things to shore up the middle.
Garrett and Rogers are the running backs behind Steve Smith. Good fake this time of the option. Smith carries, has the first down, and just about the 41-yard line. Rod Woodson, free safety, one of the Boilermaker defenders, along with someone to make the tackle.
And once again, play action fake inside. Okay, now it goes back to the weak side. Wide side of the field. There aren't any people over there. Leading through is Belordis. He gets a good block on Gladstone to seal him off. Now Smith breaks it back inside into the pursuit, but not after he got 9 yards. Running that option to the weak side is going to be killing Purdue all day unless they get some people over there or quit loading up to the tight end.
Smith now with 78 yards on the ground and 6 carries. Now reverses, comes around, looking for somebody he wants to pass to, decide that he'll try to make the run, and will lose territory on this one. A couple of yards, maybe 3 yards lost, and a couple of flags are down. See Bo shouting maybe a little quicker release, but a difficult play moving to his left and trying to pass out of that.
Yeah, well, Steve looked like he wanted to run, but didn't make his mind up quick enough. He should have made up his mind when he just broke contain. But what happened is when Smith went down and cut it back, Brock Spack, their linebacker, comes in, and it's called on a personal foul. It's either a spearing call or a late hit. But you'll see Spack coming in here, number 58, and that's a spearing call right there. So that's an illegal, well, unnecessary roughness, I believe they call it. And that's worth 15 yards and a first down for the Wolverine offense.
That one really hurts the Boilermakers now, and the ball marked at the 46-yard line of Purdue. Ortho Courts, the referee today. First and 10 at the 46 of the Boilermakers. Pitches to Rogers. Good block by Garrett. Oh, he cut that man down. And Rogers, in return, cuts it back in a little bit and gets almost 9 yards on a carry.
And that was the key block on the corner, because up until then, the play was strung out pretty well by Purdue. But watch the lead back, Garrett, number 32. Top left corner of your screen. Throws down, knocks the guy down. Rogers runs in off the block. That's a good play, good blocking at the corner. Got 9 yards out of it. And, Ray, that was to the tight end side. So now Michigan's going back and forth, forcing Purdue to guess defensively.
Second down and a yard. And Rogers greeted just about the time it looked as if he was going to get across the line of scrimmage. Ray Wallace, cornerback, had moved up a little bit. Gary Moeller, the defensive coordinator, talking to his unit there. Melvin Milke will get credit for the tackle for Purdue. And Michigan, third down and just about a foot.
Milt Carthen's coming in, so Michigan now going with a double tight end alignment, so Purdue can't overshift one way or the other. They'll have to play a solid defense on either side of the line of scrimmage.
Michigan with their 5th attempt now, the third down conversion. Been successful, 1 out of 4. 47% of that department for the year. Bootleg play. Rogers is covered up, will go no place. And covering on the play is Andy Gladstone, a defensive end.
The option play was not there to begin with because, again, with the double tight ends, Purdue did not overshift, and they got a man outside. The defensive end came outside and forced Steve Smith to pitch the ball early, and they came with the defensive end able to get upfield to take the pitch back.
So that means that Bracken will check in for Michigan in the punt department. Don Bracken. Woodson will go back for Purdue at the Boilermaker 10-yard line. Short and down right around the 21-yard line. Cochran coming down there to down that ball. So the Boilermakers will start it out from their own 21-yard line with 3 minutes and 12 seconds to go. A timeout, Michigan on top, 21-3.
Burger King presents a noted hamburger authority.
So you finally did it.
Did what?
Millions of you switched to Burger King. Maybe you switched for a great big juicy Whopper. Maybe you switched for Flame Broiling. Well, I've got 2 things to say. First, I'm proud of you. Second, what took you so long?
Aren't you hungry for Burger King now?
There's a new patriotism these days, and military enlistments are up. But the pressure on recruiters to fill quotas never lets up. To close the deal, they often resort to deception.
As long as you don't get caught, you can do it.
Channel 7 has learned that what they often do is lie. The young soldiers with ambition pay the price.
There's no way I ever would have joined this had I known what it was like.
This is Steve Handelsman. Join me for an exclusive Target 7 investigative report, Military Recruiting, the Lies and the Cover-Up, on Action News, starting Monday at 5 and 11.
First and 10, Boilermakers at the 21. And Hawthorne trying to fight for some room. Boy, he was greeted just about the time that he received the handoff, and in there to greet him was Rodney Lyles. Mallory also in on the play. And Mallory slow getting up. Leon Burtett, the head coach, of course, of Purdue. There's Mallory. Not the third Wolverine we've seen pay the price this afternoon.
And another linebacker, and we've seen enough Michigan linebackers go down this year that, it's hard to believe you've got so many injuries at one particular position. If Mallory goes out and is unable to play today, that would mean that both starting linebackers at the beginning of the season are now out. It looks like he's all right. He might have just gotten the wind knocked out of him.
Coming over the bench right now. Tim Anderson checking in. Linebacking post for Michigan. Loss of a yard on that last play by Purdue. So 2nd and 11 at the Boilermaker 20. Campbell with a quick release and pulled off that time by Cooper as Campbell overshot the intended receiver. And Cooper coming up for the interception at the 41-yard line.
Campbell just overthrows this pass. He's got time, but he just overthrows the receiver, and Cooper, who's back there playing safety center fielder, is over covering that area, just comes up with the interception. Not so much as a great defensive play as it was a poor pass by the Purdue quarterback.
So Cooper has his 4th interception of the year. Already one of the leaders in the Big Ten in that department. Wolverines would like nothing better in the remaining 2:42 that's left here in the first half to get on the board some more to add to their 21-3 lead. This is Rogers trying to get outside, makes the corner, and finally is forced out of bounds close to the Boilermaker 30-yard line. Richardson shoving him out of bounds, but should have enough for the first down and does.
This time it's a power sweep to the strong side of the formation or to the tight end. And this play is blocked as Garrett goes down and knocks the guy, gets enough of a piece of him so that Rogers, with his great speed, can turn the corner. Good running by Rogers. It was really just speed that caused that play to go well outside.
First and 10, Wolverines at the Boilermaker 30-yard line. And Smith wanted to go to Bean. Touchdown, Michigan. Oh, pretty post pattern turned in by Bean, and Smith on the mark for the touchdown.
You know, we talked all season long about how Steve Smith hasn't been able to throw the deep pass. This is a straight post cut from Vince Bean, and Steve Smith lays it in there nicely. And Bean has pretty decent coverage on him. But Steve just nails this pass over there, and Bean makes a real nice reception as he's being covered pretty well, and then just hauls it into the end zone.
Well, the man he beat was Don Anderson.
He didn't beat him by much either, Ray. That's just a nice pass and a good catch.
Bergeron to try for the extra point. Up and good. So Michigan now leading by a score of 28-3 over Purdue with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this first half. Pretty play that time. Good release by Smith. Good stride over the defender by Bean. Good hands by Bean resulted into the touchdown.
Oh, it was a two-man pattern, and what happened was the safeties came out of there. The safeties were up, and they weren't in the secondary, and that's why Bean came open so well. One-on-one coverage to the outside. Vincent ran a post. Now you see both safeties are out of there. He is wide open in the middle. Vincent just holds his hands up, makes a good catch, as Anderson had decent coverage on him, and then just falls into the end zone.
Believe it or not, Michigan, after the interception by Cooper, needed only 2 plays, and it covered only 12 seconds on the clock to get the touchdown.
Normally on that pass, Ray, you'll see a safety man, if they're in a straight zone coverage, coming over from the middle of the field, playing center field, to take that post cut away. We saw Steve Smith a few weeks back throw an interception against Iowa where that safety had come up down the middle of the field, taking the post cut away. This time, Vincent Bean got inside of him, running the post, and Smith laid it out perfectly.
So Smith has gone to the air for two of the touchdowns scored by Michigan so far. Schlopy with the kickoff. Hawthorne watching it bounce, now takes it at his 4-yard line. Daylight up the middle. Now moves outside, back in the middle. And a good run back turned in by Hawthorne across his 40-yard line, close to the 43. Lloyd Hawthorne, a sophomore. And Schlopy helping Cochran on the stop.
Hawthorne takes it out of bounds. What the key here is that he gets out of a tackle of Rich Hewlett. Watch number 2. He will come in right here. Now he's got a shot at him, and he does not wrap him up. He's got to wrap him up, and then Hawthorne bounces it outside. And now it's just a matter of the two safety guys, which really are Cochran and Schlopy, to make the tackle.
At the 42-yard line, intercepted by Michigan. Stuffing in and hauling it is Tim Anderson. And Anderson picks off a Campbell pass.
Scott Campbell must be talking to himself right now, because he's thrown the ball probably not as well as he's had all season, but this is a tipped ball. He hits his receiver in the hands, goes over him, and it's a tipped ball, and Anderson, playing in that drop position as a linebacker in the zone, just comes up and picks it off the turf. Michigan gets another turnover. They're in business.
Well, we're talking a little earlier about opening with 2 minutes and 40-some seconds to play to get some points. With 2 minutes and 16 seconds, Michigan on the attack again. 1st and 10 at the Wolverine 47-yard line. Kerry Smith into Purdue territory to the 49-yard line. Cooper in there to make the tackle for Purdue. Corey Cooper, a junior out of Maywood, Illinois. Story on the turnovers have really hit the Boilermakers this afternoon, resulting in scores for Michigan. At Michigan on top, 28-3, with 1:47 and the clock running.
One of the things most impressive, though, about I think Michigan this afternoon offensively is the passing game. They have thrown the ball down the field and deep, which they haven't done all season.
Mark Ray and Bean, wide receivers on the left side. Steve Smith fakes the pass, uses the quarterback draw, goes up the middle. A lot of daylight. One man to beat and run out of bounds on the far side of the field. Ray Wallace, the cornerback, forced him out just about the 18-yard line of the Boilermakers.
Steve Smith may be having his best day balanced as a quarterback for Michigan. He comes back. This is a straight quarterback draw, but here's where Smith makes it happen. He makes a little move, and he gets by the tackle. Now he's into the secondary. A great cut to the outside that allows Garrett to get a block, and then Smith's off to the races. And he's got that 4.6 speed as a quarterback. And when he gets in the open field, he can hurt you.
Well, he has. You talk about his running. He is already better than 100 yards today. He has 106 on the ground, runs at 29, 20, 12, 31. Those have been the big ones. Thanks to Jim Snyder covering on that one, our statistician. Back to throw this time. Has a man open. And touchdown, Michigan. Oh, Sim Nelson doing a little bit of fine running there and around the 7-yard line. Put his shoulder down, beat one man, put his shoulder down again, beat the second man, and got in for the score.
Well, now this is going exactly back to the play they did. Vincent Bean outside runs a post cut, and he takes the cornerback with him. Sim Nelson runs into the flat exactly where Bean vacated it. Nobody's there. Now this is just strength. Good move, runs through that tackle. Now the inside shoulder goes down, and he runs right through that tackle into the end zone. But the pattern was a good one because it cleared that area out. They sent Bean on the post. It cleared that zone for Sim Nelson. He got in it and got the score.
Sim with his second touchdown of the 83 season. Bergeron back for the extra point. Yes, thank you very much. 1:17 to go in the first half. Michigan in a rout over Purdue, leading by a score of 35-3.
And we wondered at the beginning of the game, Ray, the mental preparation this Wolverine team after suffering that bitter defeat last week at Illinois. Well, I think the Wolverines have answered that question.
Well, we've talked about the turnovers and Michigan scoring quickly. Last 2 touchdowns using 2 plays at 12 seconds, and this time using 3 plays for 59 seconds. And a result, you see the score right now with 35-3 and still 1 minute and 17 seconds to go.
Purdue really has helped along with the turnovers. They've thrown interceptions, and Michigan has had the ball in decent field position. And offensively, Michigan has used the pass extremely well this afternoon. And I think that is the key to the offense, that Purdue has not been able to load up defensively to stop the run. Michigan has come out throwing the ball, throwing it effectively downfield for big gainers.
I'll tell you, Jim Snyder reminds us again, said, you know, that's a great rehearsal for the 2-minute drill, the last 2 touchdowns Michigan has got. 5 plays and a couple of touchdowns. Slopey. The handle to kickoff again. Boilermakers sending Hawthorne and Woodson down around the 4-yard line. And Woodson takes it at his 16-yard line. Breaks a couple of tackles and finally swarmed under at about the 38-yard line of the Boilermakers. 59 seconds on that last drive. It consisted of only 3 plays and capped off by the 18-yard touchdown strike to Sim Nelson from Steve Smith.
And they're having a good day here in Ann Arbor. These over 100,000 fans at Michigan Stadium.
And the offense really clicking after sputtering the last couple of weeks. The 45-yard line on the carry was Lloyd Hawthorne. Back up to Mel Gray at the tailback position. Gets about 8 yards on that carry. And second down at 2. 47 seconds remaining in the first half. Hey, we're glad you could join us on the Wolverine Sports Television Network. We've got another half to go. Delay that time, and Bruce King gets his first call on a carry, has the first down in the Michigan territory, just about the 48-yard line, the marker between the 48 and the 47, brought down by Jeff Akers and Evan Cooper. Sinchich checks back in for Michigan. Leon Pertnett in his second year as the head coach. The Boilermakers, after serving the Boilermakers as defensive coordinator. So coming in this ball game, a record of 5 wins, 13 losses, and 1 tie. That 1 tie, of course, earlier this year against the Spartans of Michigan State, 29-29. The wins over Minnesota and Northwestern.
Purdue offensively, though, hasn't been too bad this season. Against Ohio State, they did a very, very good job moving the football on the ground. Here against Michigan, the problem for them offensively has been the turnover. It has really given Michigan the opportunity to score points. Bo Schembechler has always said this. He said when you get into a situation where there's a blowout occurring, it isn't necessarily on the part of the team that's scoring all the points. The other team has to help. And in this situation, that's what we've had.
Campbell, 8 for 17 for 54 yards. And here's his testimony of what you just said. He has thrown 3 interceptions.
Well, 3 interceptions have accounted for 21 points. And without those 21 points, we're still in a ball game.
And a blocked punt for another touchdown for Michigan. First and 10 Wolverines, 47-yard line. Or first and 10 Boilermakers, that is. Wolverine 47-yard line. Campbell with a lot of pressure. He cannot get rid of it. And really on the chase that time was Hammerstein. Came in there and knocked the ball out of his hands. The arm was going back.
Well, apparently they've called it a fumble, Ray, and Purdue got it back. Because the ball, they were marking the ball where it actually was picked up.
Recovered their own fumble, second and 10. And they'll rule it. Not intercepted that time. Going high into the air to make the interception was Hassel, but he stepped out of bounds.
Once again, Scott Campbell throwing that ball into traffic. Michigan is taking away most of what Campbell likes to do, and we haven't seen, as we talked about it before the game, we haven't seen Cliff Benson, the big tight end, get involved too much in the offense. Michigan defensively has done a good job this year, really, except for the one game last week against Illinois, of taking the big play receiver out of the game for the other team.
With 2 seconds remaining in the half, Michigan in a prevent defense now with 5 defensive backs in there. He'll have just checked in, Sinchich out of there. And Campbell throwing deep around the 3-yard line and broken up by the Wolverines. Time runs out. Cooper was up there to break up that one. So that's the end of the first half. It's been all Michigan. As you can see, Wolverines leading 35-3.
I left a big company to turn my hobby into my living.
When a man has something extra deep inside his soul, it shines like a diamond and it's worth more than gold.
I never was a company man.
So here's to the man who looks deep inside. And here's to the man who finds something extra.
Stroh's signature is something extra. You have our name on that.
You know, many people think nothing can be done about arthritis, but that's just not true. In fact, ours is the first generation in which most forms of arthritis can be controlled. Now, there's still no cures, but there is medication, surgery, therapy, and there is hope, because scientists supported by the Arthritis Foundation are steadily finding more answers. Get all the facts by contacting the Arthritis Foundation. It's time to take arthritis seriously.
More than 5,000 teenagers take their own lives every year. Growing up is harder than ever. Stress takes a frightening toll. There's pressure to be one of the crowd, pressure to succeed. The body is growing, and so is the mind. College is harder and more expensive to get into. But what if you don't go? Are your teenagers suffering a silent hell? Find out how you can help. Watch When the Growing Gets Tough. A Channel 7 Action News close-up starting Monday at 6.
Hello, I'm Paula Blanchard. The Thanksgiving Day Parade is a 56-year-old tradition. For us in Michigan, the parade is Thanksgiving. It's also a symbol to the rest of the country that our state is alive and well. To keep the parade going, we need your support to make this year's family event bigger and better than ever. So please, call the Michigan Thanksgiving Parade Foundation and be a friend of the parade. Celebrate Thanksgiving. It'll be a great day.
Halftime at Michigan Stadium, and the Wolverines really routing Purdue 35-3, and the Wolverines just shy of 300 total yards in that first half.
Most impressive, I think, Ray, is the fact Michigan's throwing the ball so well, and they're throwing it deep, something they haven't done all year. The other thing I think is impressive is the defense forcing Scott Gamble, who we talked about, very good quarterback, into throwing early and forcing turnovers.
The scoring parade for the Wolverines started early in the first quarter with 8:33 to go.
Yes, it did, and it started on a running play. Steve Smith on the option. Now, one of the things the Michigan coaches saw in films was Purdue overshifts to the tight end. So Michigan ran back to the weak side, or the split end side, with the option play. Steve Smith had a huge hole out there because there weren't enough people on the corner to stop him. Gets down the 5-yard line and does a little nice nifty 360 spin, and he's into the end zone, and it's 7-0. But then Michigan's defense really came up big. They forced Purdue to punt. Now watch number 10, Jeff Cohen. He will come streaking through here against Kinzer, and he blocks this punt beautifully. Right in the position you want him to block it. In front of the kicker, anticipating the trajectory of the ball. Now we've got Carlton Rose, another great play. He gathers himself and makes sure he has his feet inbounds before he gets possession, and that's a touchdown. Then we come back offensively again, and Steve Smith, we talked about it, throwing the ball. They've done it so well. Here's the option, a play-action fake, goes to his third receiver. You saw him looking left. That's Trando Marcray, again, wide open because of the play-action fake on the option to the right side or weak side of the formation, and Marcray wide open down the left sideline. Then we come back to a straight post pattern from Vince Bean. Bean out there, the safeties came on a blitz. Michigan picked it up. That meant the post cut was in there. Steve throws a real good pass here because Anderson has real nice coverage on Vince Bean. But the ball is there. Bean makes the grab up high. And one of the things that's nice about this play is that it will set up a play for you later, which Michigan scored on. The idea that Bean went in the middle on a post cut was the idea that kept Purdue from taking that away. So on a fake post cut from Bean, Sim Nelson went out in the area where Bean vacated a minute later after a turnover. Nelson makes the catch wide open, and then he just does a real good job running the football through 2 tackles into the end zone, and all of a sudden it's a blowout, 35-3. But again, as Bo Schembechler has said, the other team's got to help when you get that many points in a half, and Purdue has with 3 turnovers.
And I would imagine in the second half we will see a lot of bodies for the University of Michigan.
I think we will. We'll see the first team in there for 1 series offensively and 1 series defensively. And then I think Bo will let his younger kids get some experience. Freshmen like Gerald White at running back. Ben Logue, we'll see him. Like to see the quarterback, Jim Harbaugh, and Dave Hall, too, because Harbaugh's the kid that's going to probably be playing here next year at quarterback. He's going to have to get some experience.
So don't go away. We'll see all those new faces right after we take this time out.
The company said they had plans for me. Said I was crazy to throw it away to train horses.
When a man has something extra deep inside his soul, it shines like a diamond, and it's worth more than gold.
Glad I had my own plans.
So here's to the man who looks deep inside, and here's to the man who finds something extra.
Stroh's signature is something extra. You have our name on that.
There's nothing so fragile as a flicker of hope. Ill winds threaten to extinguish it. Forgotten promises attack its source. It can drown in a drop of apathy. To stay alive, a flicker of hope requires a single most precious source of fuel, you. Your care can ignite that flicker of hope into a flame. Give to the torch drive. Give something extra this year. People who need people who care. Now more than ever.
I had no more tears left. I was the first daughter in the family just to start college. And now I'd have to leave. Not because of my grades, but because of money. Even with a part-time job, I couldn't afford to go on. Mom and Dad wanted to help, but they were just getting by themselves. Now my dream was going to die. I'd never be a doctor.
When bright young minds can't afford college, America pays the price. But the United Negro College Fund can make the difference. We work to keep college affordable at 42 predominantly black colleges.
Thanks to the United Negro College Fund, today I'm Dr. Linda Doty White.
Support the United Negro College Fund. A mind is a terrible thing to waste.
The second half of University of Michigan football is brought to you by Stroh's Signature, the beer with something extra. By National Steel Corporation, National, driving for #1 in quality, delivery, and price. And by Republic Airlines. Nobody serves our Republic like Republic.
Second half just about ready to get underway, and despite Michigan being on top by a score of 35-3 over the Boilermakers of Purdue, the Wolverines will receive the opening kickoff here to get the second half underway. Walter Pisa all set to kick off. And Rogers and Kerry Smith back to handle that second half kickoff. It's Rogers deep in his own end zone, will not attempt to run it out. Wise choice on Rick's part. And the Wolverines will bring it out to the 20-yard line to start the second half. 1st and 10. Well, Steve Smith at quarterback was busy in that first half. 9 for 11 through the air for a total of 144 yards and 3 touchdown passes, and a story of what he has done today in total yardage going ahead of Rick Leach. So quite an afternoon thus far for Steve Smith. And on the ground has been no slouch either. Just under the 100 yards gain. Might have got a couple of that time. Chris Scott, the tackle for Purdue, making the stop on Steve Smith. Just across the 21-yard line. 99 yards turned in by Steve Smith. As Art Valores brings in that play from the bench. 2nd and 8. Bean and Mark Ray out of your screen right now. They are split wide to the left. Rick Rogers at the 24. A couple of yards on the carry for Rick. The story at halftime and the stats, and you take a look as far as total yards are concerned, what Michigan has done, and pretty well divided up. And rushing and passing. And when's the last time you saw a Michigan offensive unit with only 7 yards shy from the rushing department and the passing department? Not too bad. You say balance, you got it right there.
Exactly. Bo Schembechler likes to, at the end of a game, have 250 yards on the ground and 150 yards passing. And he's about on that clip here this afternoon.
Steve Smith on the draw. Up the middle, close to the first down. Boy, he has really pounded at the 30-yard line and paid for the carry, quickly bouncing up and making his way back to the huddle, but not until he got the first down.
Straight quarterback draw. Now look at the rush. It's coming all outside, and they just clean him out of there. And now Steve makes a good move as Diorio gets a good block on the linebacker. Now he's into the traffic of Brock Spack and Sumlin, the other linebacker, runs into his own guy, the fullback, and that's what really brought him down. Dan Rice, or Eddie Garrett, rather.
So Smith now on 10 carries for 105 yards. He's gone over the 100-yard mark for the afternoon on the ground. Pitch coming to Rogers. And got another good block that time from Garrett, except one thing. Rogers lost his footing trying to make the turn.
And again, Michigan running to the weak side or the split end side of the formation. Purdue is not adjusting any more to that side, getting more people to that split end side. They're still overshifted to the tight end, and unless they move back, Michigan will continue to go to that weak side and pick up decent yardage.
No gain on the last carry. 2nd down at 10 at the Michigan 31-yard line. Bean wide to the left. Mark Ray wide to the right, with Garrett and Rogers the running back. Smith getting pressure, avoided being tossed for a loss. Instead, turns in the effort for a first down. Now that is running under duress, and got across his own 45, close to the 47-yard line.
Well, that time Chris Scott came through free. Look at 99. Comes right through the guard center gap, runs right over the top of Tom Dixon, who's not ready. Now Smith gets the big rush. Now he pulls the ball down, and he gets a little face mask. It looks like they could have had a face mask call, but it wasn't called. And now he's into the scramble, and this is where he's so valuable and dangerous. There's the move he makes Brock Spack miss. He runs through a tackle of Kevin Sumlin, and he gets good yardage.
Now he pitches out in the live action to Steve Smith on his way for a first down, and finally tackled from behind by Woodson, but not until another first down is turned on. By this time, it's Rick Rogers. And Rogers right down to around the 36-yard line of the Boilermakers.
Power sweep again to the weak side. Got a crease, and Rick Rogers got good yardage. Michigan's first-team offense in there right now. I think if they score or get any points out of this drive, Ray, this will be their last shot on the field.
Rogers has carried for a total of 51 yards on 12 carries this afternoon. 1st and 10 at the 37. Rogers tripped up that time. Also in there to help out was Brad Horner, the nose guard. Trying to make the cut that time. Got to the 35-yard line. About a yard and a half on a carry. We'll call it a yard. 2nd down and 9. Well, we look ahead to the Michigan schedule. After this one, a night game at Minnesota next Saturday night, and then the finale, the regular season, back here at Michigan Stadium on the 19th against the Buckeyes of Ohio State. Meanwhile, Purdue will wrap it up at home next week with Wisconsin, and then on the road on the 19th down at Indiana in that annual battle. Rogers not fooling anybody that time on a misdirection play, and coming in was Chris Scott again, the tackle slicing through to make the hit.
Well, they ran it back to the tight end side, and there's a lot of people over there. See the left side top of your screen, how many people over there. 73 Doug James gets really knocked off his pull by Chris Scott. You got to allow a defensive tackle. You can't allow penetration when you're running a misdirection or a counter play. That will kill it every time, and that's what happened there. Chris Scott made penetration and forced the play wide, and it's not designed there.
Third down and 13. Smitty wanting to go to the air this time and fires out to Bean complete at the 31, gets across the 30, down around the 28-yard line before he's greeted by Kennedy Wilson. And not a first down for Michigan. You know, go back on that previous play when you talked about the defenders in the line for Purdue. Almost it looked as though they had 3 men on the left side just playing directly opposite the offensive men. What do you call it, a balanced type of defense?
Well, actually, they're when they're covering the guards, it's called an even defense. And when they have a man directly over the center in a nose guard, that's called an odd defense. But what Purdue is doing is overshifting their middle guard to the right guard or the guard to the side of the tight end. Now it's 4th down, and Michigan's going for it.
4th down and a couple of yards needed at the 28. Rogers tries the left side, makes the corner, and he's out of bounds. He may be very close to the first down. See where they mark it. They're marking it very close to being inside the 26. If they do that, they'll have the first down. They have the first down. Didn't look as if he had a snowball's chance when he turned the corner.
Well, they ran it to the sideline, and again, Purdue overshifted to the tight end. Even though they had double tight ends, to Sim Nelson's side, they put an extra defender. They ran the sweep back to the short side of the sideline where there were less people, and all they needed was that yard and a half, and they got it.
Don Anderson checks in now at cornerback for Purdue. 1st and 10 for Michigan at the Purdue 25-yard line. Rick Rogers made the cut at the right time, eluded a couple of would-be tacklers and got inside the 20. Just barely. They'll mark it at the 20. So a gain of about 5 yards on that carry for Rick.
And we're seeing Purdue adjust back defensively, Ray, away from that overshift to the tight end. They're taking that middle guard now and actually putting him on the nose of the center. So they're a little bit more balanced in that direction now. So apparently they're adjusting that back because Michigan has hurt them so much to the split end side.
Michigan using a lot of time on the clock. They've ripped off better than 6 minutes here. They've had the ball for 11 plays. 2nd down and 5. Smith on the option this time. Passes out to Kerry Smith. He takes the pitch out. Has the first down. And close to the 10-yard line before being brought down by Kennedy Wilson. Again, the strong side safety.
And now because Purdue shifts back to the even defense, or rather more balanced, they come and run the option to the tight end. Now there you see the pitch. The man involved taking Steve Smith took Steve Smith. That allowed Kerry Smith to be free. 1 block on the corner. You make the pitch, and Kerry Smith had room.
A 5th first down for Michigan on this drive. And they mark it at the 11-yard line, so it's 1st and 10 at the Purdue 11. Michigan on top, 35-3, with 8:27 to go in the 3rd quarter. Kerry Smith gets to the line of scrimmage. Might have got a couple of yards inside the 10-yard line. Did a good job of standing him up straight when the contact was made that time by Scott. And that was Rogers, I guess, on that carry. Was Rogers. At the 7-yard line. Rogers now carrying for a total of 61 yards on 17 carries. Garrett and Rogers. And Steve Smith fakes to Garrett. Hits to the 5-yard line. Got to get to the 1 for the first down. Stopped again by Scott, so Scott really in on the tackles here in the early stages of this 3rd quarter.
Well, the man that made the play and forced Steve Smith back inside was Derek Hoskins, the defensive linebacker or the end on that side. And if Steve Smith could have gotten outside of him, then they'd have been in good shape for the option. He'd have had 2 ways to go. Keep it and turn it up or pitch it outside. But Hoskins turned it back inside the tackle. Good defensive play by Purdue.
Garrett and Rogers in the I formation. Steve Smith on the blitz. Passing, complete, touchdown to Vince Bean.
Good read by by Steve Smith. They come out of there, and Smith read the blitz coming. He knew Vincent Bean would come open. Now, you'll take a look. Smith gets one block right here. He sees and he knows that Bean will be open because they're on a heavy blitz from that corner. Bean has absolutely nobody in coverage. He just stands in the corner of the end zone wide open. Smith delivered early. Touchdown, Wolverines.
So Vince Bean, his second touchdown aerial of the afternoon on the receiving end. His third of the season. Carthen's having a little problem down there. Needs some attention. Well, the Wolverines made it 41-3 here. Carthen's injured on the play. You'll remember a year ago, Carthen's, who had a knee problem. It looked as if maybe they were working on the left knee right now. Steve Smith with his fourth touchdown pass of the afternoon. Bean in this ball game has been on the receiving end of 6 passes from Smith for a total of 79 yards and a couple of touchdowns. To give him 3 on the year now. Carthen's being aided now and helped off the field, making his way back to the Michigan bench.
Carthen's throughout the season has been more of a blocker for Michigan. He caught 1 touchdown pass against Michigan State. But one of the things that Carthen's provides them is he's got such good size that he's almost an extra tackle in there. He is a very good blocker.
Bergeron to try for his 6th extra point of the afternoon. Placed down by Decker. And on the mark for the 6th time. And Michigan's lead now 42-3 with 6:59 to go in the 3rd quarter.
It's time to take arthritis seriously.
That last touchdown strike by Steve Smith, his 4th touchdown pass of the afternoon, and that's a new record for a Michigan quarterback in a ball game. Michigan on top now by a score of 42-3 as Hawthorne and Woodson go back for the kickoff coming from Slopey. Taken at the 4-yard line. Hawthorne breaks the tackle, stunned for a moment, and then moves up to around the 19-yard line, and Carlton Rhodes at the bottom of that pile.
Much better coverage by the Michigan special teams, Ray. Scarcelli in there to make that original hit.
8 minutes and 1 second taken by the Wolverines on that last drive, capped off on the touchdown pass to Bean. 15 plays to accomplish the 80 yards. And Bean's 2nd touchdown pass of the afternoon. 1st and 10 at the 18 for the Boilermakers. And Campbell handing off that time to Mel Gray as tailback, and Gray getting close to the 24. Brought down by Anderson. Well, here comes the wave cheer again.
The wave cheer. Wolverines already substituting some in the secondary. You've got Garland Rivers in there along with Tony Gant, with Evan Cooper and Brad Cochran as the D-backs.
Second and 5. And on the carry again is Mel Gray. Gray shy, but first down by a yard, a couple of yards. And around the 27-yard line. Long yard, needed 3rd and a long 1. Akers in there at one of the linebacking posts on the 3rd and 1. Hawthorne on a carry has the first down close to the 35-yard line for Purdue. Cochran and Anderson in there to make the stop. 42-3, the score. We're in the third quarter with 5 minutes and 32 seconds to go. I'm Ray Lane, along with Jim Brandstetter. We're very glad you could join us on our Wolverine Sports Television Network, and we hope that you'll be with us next Saturday night when the Wolverines travel to take on the Golden Gophers at Minnesota. First and 10 for the Boilermakers. Is just wrapped up as he got to the line of scrimmage. And again, it was Anderson in there to plant the shoulder.
And I tell you, a good job done by Gerald Akers. Watch number 33 come into your picture. He'll be taking on the fullback right there in the hole. Bang, he's out of the picture right now, but it was Akers who took on the fullback, forced the fullback with the ball, Gray, to alter his route, and Anderson was right there to lay the wood to him.
Long afternoon for the Boilermakers. Second down and 9. Mel Gray has the first down. Keeps those legs churning. Gets the first down. Gets close to the 48-yard line of the Boilermakers. Cooper was over there to make sure that he stayed down.
Here it is. Look at the interior. They're coming with both linebackers. Akers and Cincich breaks through, but he runs by the ball. He overruns Gray. Now, this is what we call why we talk about him as being such a great runner. He makes a cut on the move, and he's always looking to go upfield, always making cuts going upfield. He's a very good runner. He's going to pick up some yardage this second half.
First and 10, pitch out to Gray again. Cuts back in against the grain. Had Anderson on one leg. Brooks had the other one, and they brought him down just about at the 50-yard line. Gray has carried now 10 times for a total of 52 yards. So he has been the workhorse as far as the offensive threat of the Boilermakers this afternoon. New tandem of running backs going in now for the Boilermakers. Jordan, one of them, and Jordan carries. Not going to go much, just about to the line of scrimmage. They got a half a yard on the carry. Akers at the bottom of the pile. Cochran is also there for Michigan.
The linebackers and middle guard, Cincich, did a good job reading this draw play. See Cincich? He stops. Now, he read the draw. He didn't make a pass rush because he was reading where that ball was going. He read the draw and then slid over to the play. Good play by the middle guard.
And you got an idea of the strength that Al has. He was just taking that quick guard, Jerry Boat, and shoving him back into the backfield. Got time to get on the line of scrimmage. And a pass is complete. A flag goes down. Pass out to Hawthorne is completed. Flag around the Michigan 48-yard line. Looked as if maybe that was Rodney Lyles doing a little scampering down there, or was that DeFelice?
DeFelice was the guy who jumped off sides and got back in time. Penalty looks to be on Michigan in their secondary.
That calls a face mask over there.
Face mask on Michigan. Apparently somebody out in the pattern was breaking open, and one of the Michigan defenders grabbed on.
2 minutes and 59 seconds remaining in the third quarter. It's been all Michigan right from the start. Took a 14-0 lead at the end of the first quarter. And leading right now 42-3. So the major penalty against the Wolverines on the face mask. They bring the chain all the way from the far side of the field right in front of the Michigan bench here. Placement of the ball before they mark it off. Well, first down. They cheer the first down. Call is the face mask. It's declined with the first down.
Must have been an inadvertent face mask, Ray, which is a 5-yard penalty, and they'll take the play rather than the penalty because penalty wouldn't have given them the first down.
Had it been intentional, a 15-yarder would have been marched off against them. So marked at the 42-yard line of Michigan. It's first and 10, Boilermakers. over the middle, intended for the tight end that time, Benson, out of his range. Over his head by a couple of yards, incomplete. Campbell has had a lot of pressure fighting it today.
Yeah, he's had pressure also, but the linebackers from Michigan inside in this series, it's Akers and Anderson, are doing a good job dropping deep and looking for Benson. And they're really not allowing an open lane. It's almost like in basketball, how you cut down and play the passing lanes. Same thing in football with those linebackers.
Back into the shotgun for Campbell. Jackson, a wide receiver, is checked in. This time, and he is high to his tight end again. Cliff Benson did not have a lot of pressure that time, just overshot his man.
Yeah, but again, Benson was in a position where there were a lot of people between Campbell and Benson, and he wasn't real sure, depth perception-wise, where those people were. Besides that, Campbell's thrown some interceptions today. He may be a little gun-shy about sticking that ball in there low.
You had Cooper and Gant covering on the play on the tight end. Cooper has already picked off one of those passes for an interception this afternoon. 3rd down and 10. Rodney Carter and Hawthorne are the running backs. And the shotgun off the fingertips that time. Intended again for the tight end.
Good coverage by Jeff Akers, number 33, because Michigan came with an all-out blitz. It was Tim Anderson coming from his inside linebacker spot. On the outside, Carlton Rose. And the tight end in that situation is isolated one-on-one with a linebacker, most normally. And on that occasion, Jeff Akers had him covered real well.
Kinzer had checked in. The punt. Cooper is back there to take Kinzer's punt. And Kinzer got really in trouble the first two that he had. Partially blocked the first one. The second one was blocked and resulted in a Michigan touchdown. He just got that one away. Sanchez putting on a little bit of a rush. It's a short one, rolling around the Michigan 22, 23-yard line. Blown dead at the 22. So with 2:34 to go in the 3rd quarter, Wolverines go on the attack. They already have a big lead, 42-3. Hall, the senior from Livonia Stevenson, checking in at quarterback. The running backs behind Hall, Kerry Smith, and Greg Armstrong. Armstrong, the fullback, number 34. Kerry Smith with the ball. And he does a workmanlike job across the 30, very close to the 35. They'll mark it at the 34. So David Hall coming into this ball game. You can see what he's done for the season. Of course, got that start in the initial game of the year against Washington State. So Steve Smith was recovering from an ailing shoulder. About 1.5 yards needed for the first down. That was Armstrong on a carry. Has enough for the first down. Very close to the 38-yard line, maybe the 39. Horner wrapping him up there for the stop.
Michigan will probably stay with the ground game, running power offense, giving the ball to the tailback deep in the backfield and running that fullback on some certain trap plays up the middle. Only because they've got some young kids in there. David Hall is not the option quarterback. Steve Smith is. They'll probably only pass when they get in a definite passing situation.
Armstrong got him the first down on that last one. And a pitch out this time, somebody didn't want it. Hall goes back and recovers the fumble. Boy, that one in between Kerry Smith and in between the fullback, Greg Armstrong.
Well, it looked like it was a handoff. It looked like it was supposed to be a handoff because Kerry Smith wasn't expecting a pitch at all. He was coming up to take a handoff, and it just went right through Kerry Smith into the backfield. And a good thing David Hall got back on it quick enough. It would have been a big turnover for Michigan.
Chris Scott was the guy who was on top of him there, trying to get that fumble recovery for Purdue. So the ball back now at the 21-yard line. 2nd down at 27 for the Wolverines. Into the hands of Kerry Smith. Almost had one of the officials getting credit for the tackle that time. Got close to the 29-yard line. Kerry Smith now with a 5-yard average in this ball game. 6 carries for 30 yards. And a little with you in case you want to go back and say, where did he play high school ball? Forest Hills in Grand Rapids. 17 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Hall with his first pass of the afternoon. And the catch by Bean, he's ruled that he trapped it at the 46-yard line, coming back. And I think one of the officials may overrule that the play was made. One ruled it incomplete, trapped. The other one said the catch was made. And so the discussion goes on. We'll see how they'll rule. They rule it complete, but not enough for the first down.
Vincent Bean has done that on a couple of occasions, pulled him right off the turf. But Ray, again, that was a situation where an official on the sideline, the one behind him, ruled it incomplete. The one in front of him saw it and ruled it complete. And there was an overrule of one call by the other official. Last week in Illinois, that didn't happen, and it hurt Michigan.
No, that's right, it did not. Well, we've got one more quarter to go for you. 3 quarters have been played. That's the score. Michigan on top by a sizable chunk.
This bartender's next big league pitcher and loves to serve fire-brewed Strohs. See what I mean? That was his fastball.
Situation now for Michigan. Going back to Vincent Bean, the lefty there at the end of the third quarter. Bean now with 7 catches for a total of 105 yards this afternoon and a couple of touchdowns.
I'll bet that's his best day ever in a Michigan uniform.
Came in this ball game with 17 receptions on the year, so he's got 23. Better now than almost 400 yards for the year in the air and 3 touchdowns for the season. So Bracken is checked in for Michigan to handle a punt on a 4th and 2. Woodson back to take the punt from Bracken. Pressure applied this time by the Wolverines. Bracken at his 16-yard line. Straight ahead, gets up to the 25, close to the 26-yard line. And before the Wolverines go, or rather the Boilermakers go on the attack, let's take a timeout. Michigan leading 42-3.
Every 10 seconds during the past year, someone, somewhere, for some mysterious reason, switched.
These days, and military enlistments are...
1st and 10, Boilermakers at the 26-yard line of Purdue. And the wild man coming through again, Mel Gray, trying to find some daylight before those legs turning. That's a trademark. I think I said Bean with 6 receptions. Make it 7 receptions now in this ball game, 24 for the year.
And he has surpassed Doug Marsh in yardage, passing yardage, over 1,000 yards. Doug Marsh was in 8th place on the Michigan all-time list, and now that position belongs to Vince Bean.
Well, congratulations to Vince, the young man from Southfield, Michigan. Gray with 11 carries for 56 yards. 2nd down and 6, so Gray getting 4 on that last carry. Campbell on the run and firing complete. Jeff Price making his 3rd reception. 1st down, Boilermakers at the 44-yard line of Purdue. 14 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the ball game. Michigan leading 42-3. And 4 of those touchdowns through the air. Steve Smith setting the record for ball game, firing those 4 touchdown strikes for a quarterback. Well, Gray would have got a little more running room that time, but one of his big linemen trying to move out of the way did not get out of the way in time, and that allowed Rogers to come in and make a hit.
Michigan's middle guard's real active. Once again, you see how he's reading, and then he flows to the ball and just hangs on to Gray for dear life, but hangs on and wraps up those legs. That's a good tackle. But you saw him charge into the center and then hang up and read which way the play was going.
4 yards on the effort. 2nd down and 6. Campbell scampering around. The low pass is caught by Benson, the tight end. So they combine that time for a first down effort. And that goes down close to the 43-yard line of the Wolverines.
Michigan secondary in this position with the big lead, really taking away everything down the middle. The linebackers are taking deep drops. Really all they're allowing is Purdue the short pass underneath.
The Wolverines defense coming into this ball game first against the rush in the Big Ten. By the way, that was Benson, the tight end, who's been a very active receiver for Purdue. His first catch of this ball game. Again, it was Gray, the tailback, on the call. And got just about to the line of scrimmage. Garland Rivers over there doing a good job to get around him and force him out of bounds. I give him a yard on a carry. And a little less than a yard now. So for all purposes, it's still 2nd and 10. Over the middle. And Benson with a good catch that time. Should have enough for the first down. Swarmed under and leading the way, Jeff Akers, the linebackers. Akers, a junior out of Lynn, Massachusetts.
Benson that time read both linebackers as he came out at his pattern. All he did was read where the open seam was. There wasn't much there. And Campbell delivered the ball nicely, really threading the needle, because as soon as Benson caught it, he was hit.
First down and 10 at the Michigan 33-yard line. Mel Gray tripped up that time, might have got a yard. Hammerstein doing a good job. That is Mike Hammerstein, number 66.
Yeah, the three interior down linemen for Michigan are Mike Hammerstein, Nate Rogers, and Dave Meredith. And they're like Bo's second interior line. The first three are Sincich, DeFelice, and Brooks. So he's getting some extra players in there, along with the linebackers, Anderson and Akers. And he's got Rivers and Gant also playing in there at the safety spots. And Rivers over on the corner.
1 yard on that carry, so it's 2nd down and 9. Deep drop back by Campbell this time. Goes to Benson as tight end. A flag back around the Michigan 11-yard line. A reception is made by Benson. Will have enough for the first down. We'll wait for the call on that flag. Hassel over there to wrap him up.
That was a situation where Campbell had way too much time to throw the football. Sitting back there, allowing the tight end to come all the way across underneath the pattern, underneath the coverage, and he just drilled it in there after he had that much time.
Well, you had a couple of penalties that time, depending on how you want to call it. Ineligible man downfield, plus some offensive interference against the Boilermakers. So they'll march it back. Self-destruct again for the Boilermakers after getting down to the Michigan 32-yard line.
And the down box goes over, so that will be 3rd down now for Purdue. Big penalty for them. Michigan elected to take that interference and ineligible receiver downfield. And that down box rolls over to 3rd down, I believe.
And the penalties as far as distance and number today, identical for both teams. Should be 3rd down to 24. Quick look in this time on a slant pattern completed to Rutherford, the wide receiver. Not enough for the first down. Still need about 16, maybe 15 yards for the first down.
Now, Michigan defensively came with an all-out blitz, running both inside linebackers through, and Scott Campbell read that and checked off the line of scrimmage and just threw that quick look-in pattern to Rutherford. Good recognition by Campbell on that blitz.
Slot on the left side with wide receivers for Purdue. Campbell needing long yardage. Goes over the middle, complete. And that one was Jeff Price. Tony Gant wraps him up and should be shy by about 2 yards of the first down. So the 4th down conversion does not click. Almost does, but Michigan instead will take over on offense. Well, now they're going to call for a measurement. Ball looked as if it was around the 24-yard line. Looked as if they had to get close to the 23 to bring out the chain. Oh, thank goodness. Stretch it out, boys. Let's call it too soon. 10 minutes and 39 seconds to go here in this ball game. Michigan will go on offense, but not until we take a timeout, 42-3.
I'm Bob McBride. My company makes steel, and more than a third of it goes into the best cars in the world. We've been selling steel in Detroit for 50 years. We're going to do it for the next 50 with quality, service, and delivery that rate #1. My company's National Steel. And when I say we're driving...
At tailback, Gerald White, number 22, comes in for the first time this afternoon. Hall stays in at quarterback, and White will carry. White trying to get to the 30 and forced back to the 37-yard line. His motion may have got him up to the 29-yard line.
Two new wide receivers in there also, Ray. Not actually new, but back to playing for the first time in about 5 weeks since the Indiana weekend. Gilvani Johnson and Steve Johnson.
Number 26 and number 24. Gilvani, number 26, and Steve, 24. White has checked out of there now at the tailback position. Gilvani Johnson wide to the right. Steve Johnson wide to the left. Kerry Smith now in the tailback position. The pitch comes to Kerry. Cuts across the 30 to the 34-yard line. Hoskins in there to make the tackle on him. First down, Michigan. 9 minutes and 49 seconds. And this one will be history, as Michigan, in the 34 previous meetings, has won 26 times while losing 8. And here at Michigan Stadium against the Boilermakers, 17-3 against Purdue. A story on Kerry Smith, what he's done this afternoon on those 7 carries for 35 yards. Trying to run over people that time, close to the 38. Tommy Lee Myers at the bottom of that pile.
I don't think they'd do that with me that easily, Ray. I don't think they'd have trouble carrying me around up there.
How do you say that?
Take a look up front at the big guy, Chris Scott, and Clay Miller doing battle. That's a good block by Clay Miller. He's shoving him back, and there he is, just finishing him off. Good blocking up front by Clay Miller, the strong tackle for Michigan, against Chris Scott.
2nd and 5. White back in there now at tailback. And Gerald White slides outside, trying to pick up some blocking. Has enough for the first down, and brought down by Anderson. So White doing a good job that time, moving outside and to the 45-yard line, just across the 45.
You're exactly right. He bounces this outside. Here he sees the play all clogged up. Stephon Humphreys pulls around and gets the block on the linebacker, number 57, and then it's all up to Gerald White. He just sneaks outside. Jason Houston was 57, the block that Stephon Humphreys got.
Got a first down out of the effort. 1st and 10 now at the 46. Armstrong, the fullback, across the 50-yard line, fumbles and recovered by Purdue. Woodson in there to make the recovery. So the defensive unit of Purdue moving off the field, offensive unit coming in, and the Wolverines leading right now with stoppage in the play, 42-3.
3 a.m. Good thing Vegas is open all night.
I'm sorry, honey. This just doesn't do it.
Doesn't do it?
Doesn't have the taste I won't live without.
You wouldn't do without the taste of White Castle hamburgers back east before we got married, before you got pregnant. Besides, they don't sell White Castles out here.
I know. I'll call Daddy.
White Castle has the taste some people won't live without. So aren't you glad they're near you?
It's for my daughter in Vegas. I told her not to move away.
Hello, I'm Paula Blanchard. The Thanksgiving Day Parade is a 56-year-old tradition. For us in Michigan, the parade is Thanksgiving. It's also a symbol to the rest of the country that our state is alive and well. parade going, we need your support to make this year's family event bigger and better than ever. So please, call the Michigan Thanksgiving Parade Foundation and be a friend of the parade. Celebrate Thanksgiving. It'll be a great day.
12th time the Wolverines have fumbled this year, and only the 4th time they have lost the ball. Turned it over in the fumble department. Hewlett and Cohn in there now for Michigan in the defensive backfield. Trying to find some running room was Lloyd Hawthorne that time. The tailback was tripped up by Hammerstein, who cut him out from underneath. I tell you, it's going to be a tough cause, I think, for Leon Burdette to try to keep his troops up in a ball game like this. Jim Everett, backup quarterback to Scott Campbell, has come in, and Everett, a junior out of Berwick, Pennsylvania, taking over. Rolling out now and throwing on the run, and a man down the sideline is high, and Jackson, the Tennefer Jackson, incomplete.
You know, Ray, earlier in the season, Everett started a couple of games ahead of Scott Campbell. Right after the first couple games of the year, Leon Burdette went to Everett and then back to Scott Campbell. And since that time that Campbell was benched, he has come on and been a really outstanding quarterback. I would say his worst game of the year would be this one. So Everett's getting this chance to play after Scott Campbell had a rough afternoon.
Campbell was 14 of 28 for 50% for a total of 120 yards, but throwing for 3 interceptions. And Everett now 29 for 62 in the air. Look out. Here comes the blitz. Everybody moving, and how do you do? Michigan has the ball right back. Oh, my. Hey, we got a chance for a timeout before the Wolverines go on the attack again. So it's 42-3, and here come the Wolverines.
I'm Bob McBride. My company makes steel, and more than a third of it goes into the best cars in the world. We've been selling steel in Detroit for 50 years. We're going to do it for the next 50 with quality, service, and delivery that rate #1. My company's National Steel, and when I say we're driving for #1, believe it. As the president of National, I won't settle for less.
Jim Oakes, 7 in your life.
It isn't easy surviving these days, but it's always nice to know there's one place you can count on to help out, your Detroit Public Library. Right inside, there's information on almost everything you need to know to make your life run a little smoother. There's even a special library tip line you can call and get answers to your questions right on the spot. So give it a try. Call your Detroit Public Library. Surviving's easier when you look at a book.
Well, give credit for a young man by the name of Andy Moeller getting back into action, causing that fumble.
And then Carlton Rose got on it. We've got a new quarterback for Michigan, Jim Harbaugh, pitching to Gerald White.
Harbaugh pitching out, and the youngster, the third quarterback to work, a young man who certainly knows the Ann Arbor area after attending the Pioneer High School for a while before moving out to Palo Alto, California. So he gets a little opportunity here in the late stages of this ball game with 7 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Bob Perryman has checked in at a fullback position. His first action this afternoon. He's number 37.
Michigan also has their second offensive line in there. Mark Hammerstein, number 78. Bob Tabacino, 77. 59, Art Velourdis is the center.
Bob Popowski also in there.
Popowski in there, and Jerry Quernett, the other quick tackle.
So Perryman and White are the running backs behind Harbaugh. And White on the carry. Trying to stay in behind his fullback who was attempting to block for him. Gave him a couple of yards on that carry. The 2nd and 7. And turn the box over now to 3rd. Now the Boilermakers on the sidelines are even taking a pounding. 3rd down and 3. Perryman comes off the field now at fullback. Giovanni Johnson and Steve Johnson, the lone setback behind Harbaugh is Gerald White. Double tight end. Caddis is in there. Swing pass out to White. Eludes one would-be tackler. Has enough for the first down right around the 23-yard line. Nice footwork that time by White after he made the reception.
Yeah, it really was. That's the kind of thing that Gerald White has the ability to do. He's a freshman, but he's got those quick moves. You might want to give Jim Harbaugh a little credit here. White is his secondary kind of check-off receiver. He wants to go deep, sees that covered, and flips it out here to White. Now, White makes the good move right there, makes one man miss, and then levels it off upfield to get the first down yardage.
White with his first reception in the Wolverine uniform, and for Harbaugh, his first completion in a Wolverine uniform. Meanwhile, one of the Boilermakers down and injured, right around the 23-yard line. Right where the contact was made on Gerald White when they applied the tackle. And that is Jason Houston, backup interior linebacker, junior out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In the passing department today, with three quarterbacks operating, Smith, for the most part, Hall and Harbaugh, they have combined for a total of 13 of 15. 13 completed passes of 15 attempts for a total of 186 yards. Smith, of course, throwing for 4 touchdowns. He was good for 154 yards through the air. Hall, well, he was in there for 26 yards, 1 for 1. And now a 6-yard pass this time by Harbaugh. White, Perriman. White the tailback, Perriman the fullback. Fake by Harbaugh on the option. Last second pitch out to White. A little bit behind him. Did not get up to the line of scrimmage.
Well, you can see the difference on an inexperienced quarterback coming in there and trying to run the option. Now, Jim Harbaugh comes out here. The difference between Steve Smith and Harbaugh. Guard pulling, coming out. Now, he makes the decision late to pitch it, and then pitches it left-handed low and behind Gerald White. He does a good job of just holding on to the football.
He does a good job of getting up after being hit. Second and 11 at the 25. Good fake that time. Harbaugh with plenty of time, rolling out, almost intercepted. Intended for the tight end, Caddis. Eric Caddis, and it was broken up by Middlesworth, the free safety.
Harbaugh may have telegraphed that pass a little bit, too, because Caddis was open for a while, but he looked right at him the entire time and allowed the defense to come in there and get ready for that pass.
Ben Logue has come in at tailback for Michigan. Now coming off the field, he was in there on a blocking assignment on that last play. Before that incompletion, Michigan had passed for 8 straight completions. 3rd and 11. Harbaugh has the pressure applied this time and brought down in there by one of the backup linemen getting a chance to play for Purdue today, and that is Zilt. Robert Ziltz out of Homewood, Illinois.
Take a look at the offensive line blocking. A little stunt, and 71 Ziltz comes right up through the middle. The Michigan offensive line, it was Tapachino and Hammerstein. They've got to trade off blockers. A little stunt. It was like a twist game that Michigan State used to run. That time, the 2 interior linemen for Michigan missed the block.
Brackett in there to try for the punt. Calhoun and Woodson back. Good spiral and high, hitting it right around the 3-yard line and bouncing into the end zone. So automatic touchback. The Boilermakers will have the ball at their own 20-yard line. Timeout with 4:13 to go in the ball game. Wolverines 42, Purdue 3.
I miss you, Mama. I miss the city, too. What if we sent you a little bit of your hometown? Now, how you gonna do that? White Castle hamburgers from back home. You can't get them out here. My folks sent them. Hey, don't forget White Castle. White Castle. You know, on my first date, we stopped at a White Castle. White Castle has the taste. People won't live without.
Jim Oakes, 7 in your life.
It isn't easy surviving these days, It's always nice to know there's one place you can count on to help out, your Detroit Public Library. Right inside, there's information on almost everything you need to know to make your life run a little smoother. There's even a special library tip line you can call and get answers to your questions right on the spot. So give it a try. Call your Detroit Public Library. Surviving's easier when you look at a book.
Burgess, Scarcelli.
First and 10 Boilermakers and more reserves coming in now for Michigan. Purdue at its own 20-yard line. Just take that time by the quarterback, Everett, after he handed off. Jeff Phillips in there. Filner. Is that the guy you were talking about earlier that was so great as a freshman?
Yeah, he came on against Michigan when he was a freshman. Surprised Michigan. And Filner had a real good game against him.
Again, he carries Filner up to the 25-yard line. 5 yards on that one. 3rd down and 3. You wonder what happens sometimes with it comes in, gets a little quick feint, and all of a sudden back in the numbers game.
Well, he hadn't started at all when he was a freshman at Purdue, and it was down at Ross-Ade Stadium in Lafayette. And Purdue actually surprised Michigan by running the football, and Filner was a big part of that afternoon, but he hasn't played since.
Everett on 3rd and 5. And he comes out to Brunner on this one. It's complete for the 1st down right in front of the Michigan bench around the 35, 36-yard line. Michigan player shook up on the play back around the 18-yard line of Purdue. Wilson.
Mike Wilson.
Defensive tackle on Detroit's Cass Tech. Working on the ankle.
Mike Wilson is a graduate of Cass Tech High School. That's the same school our producer came from.
Bob Lipson. He's going back to homecoming at all.
No, and he had never played football either. There's a great Cass Tech player from in basketball playing at Michigan State right now. Patrick Ford plays basketball at Michigan State. The Spartans might have an awfully good team in the Big Ten basketball race. And a transfer student from Southern California named Kevin Johnson, power forward, is going to be a very good one.
And I look back a few years ago, a fellow by the name of Huckleby was wearing the maize and blue uniform here at Michigan, out of Cass Tech.
Now wearing the green and gold of the Green Bay Packers.
Mike Wilson being aided to the sidelines. Injury to the right leg. And for young Mike, a chance to get into varsity competition here, and a shame to see him go down like that.
Oh, you really do, too. The game being out of hand, and you see these guys that don't get the opportunity to play a lot in the big games, and Mike Wilson gets his shot in this game against Purdue, and you hate to see him go down. You don't know, hopefully it's not serious, but you hate to see that happen.
Our hats off to Rex Thompson and Ray Miller. And Russ Miller, who has done the job of keeping these guys healthy. Trying to, anyway.
He's had a rough season, too. A lot of injuries to the linebackers.
Rodney Carter on that carry that time. And Carter takes it up to the 44-yard line of the Boilermakers. 2nd down and about a yard needed. And Carter has carried 4 times this afternoon for a total of 19 yards. 2 minutes and 27 seconds to go. Michigan on top by a score of 42-3. Not enough for the 1st down.
Andy Moeller doing a good job getting inside there and helping out with the interference.
Moeller, who went down about a month ago, a little bit under a month ago with a knee, getting back into action. And he was just progressing to the point where he was getting to see some game action early this season. Second game, we're reminded at the University of Washington. And that close ball game. Third down in the yard with the Boilermakers, again at the 44-yard line. Fielner has the first down to the 48-yard line. They may mark it at the 49. Minute and 38 seconds remaining in the ball game. Moeller again in on a stop.
Fielner broke contain out there. Dave Meredith, the defensive tackle, didn't get upfield far enough to force that play back inside. And that was what allowed him to get outside and get the first down yardage.
Jeff Fielner now, a senior out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. First and 10 at the 49 of Purdue. Everett with a lot of time. Had a man open. And juggled it and couldn't make the reception. That was Price who was over there in the clear momentarily.
Well, you see, Everett's got a real nice arm, too, because he threw that one with a little touch down the middle of the field. If he'd have thrown a real bullet down there, I don't think it would have been as close to being caught. But he had a nice little touch lofting it over the linebacker.
Everett, 6'5", 205-pounder. Work from the shotgun. Second and 5, high snap. And on the carry, it is Carter, Rodney Carter.
Kind of a Statue of Liberty of sorts.
The hard way.
Yeah. The snap from the center, I'm not sure whether the center felt it was going to be the shotgun, but it heads up way over Everett's head, and you see, good job by Carter to react back to the ball and make something out of it. Scarcelli over there to make the first hit on him.
Guy said it had to be a high one because I'm already 6'5". At the 50-yard line, it'll be third down and 9 yards. Needed by the Boilermakers for the first down.
And we've got another Michigan player injured on the far side of the field. Is that Garland Rivers over there, Ray?
It is. Well, we hope that you enjoyed this ball game. It's been all Michigan, and we'll look for you now next week. Football under the lights in Minneapolis as the Wolverines will go against Minnesota Golden Gophers. So we hope that you'll tune in for that one along our network here, the Wolverine Sports Television Network. Garland Rivers getting a little help. Coming over to the Michigan bench. Talking about the Minnesota ball club already, where Joe Salem has announced that he will be leaving. Story on this ball game, of course, in total yardage, passing and rushing on the lopsided department. As far as Michigan is concerned, dominating. So quite a rebuilding program needed up there at Minnesota. 3rd and 9, and Everett unloads and broken up there in fine fashion. That time coming back was Reinhold, the linebacker.
Good deep drops by the linebackers here. Of course, Michigan knows that Purdue is forced into a situation where they want to throw. But check Reinhold. They're taking that deep drop. They see everybody in front of them. Now Reinhold reads the quarterback and just gets over into the area where the ball is going to be thrown. And that's exactly what you want your linebackers to do. He's got to drop back and then read the quarterback. If he starts heading out to the right-hand side, you get over there. You slide over in position to do something with the pass.
4th and 9. Boilermakers trying to get the first down. And new as Everett goes over the middle. And the Boilermakers will strike for a touchdown. Price making the reception and scampering in. A play similar that we saw Illinois pull off a week ago.
Well, that time you saw the pass pattern, the previous play that Reinhold knocked down. This occasion, what they did was they ran Price down over the middle, and Everett waited until he came clear between the linebackers on the move. And he drilled it right in there. Now he makes a cut and gets out of one tackle, breaks the tackle. I believe that was Jeff Cohen over there. Broke that tackle and was into the end zone.
Well, Jim Everett is fired for his second touchdown pass of the year. And Price has his first touchdown of the season. The extra point effort by DeFeese is good. And so the Boilermakers get a touchdown and an extra point on this one. Flag is down, however. We'll wait for the call on this one. Offside against Michigan, so the extra point will count. I had Tim Clark in there to try for the extra point, and he's the man that had it. So the Boilermakers get on the board, 42-9.
Take a look at the secondary coverage now. Watch the two linebackers. They're Reinhold and Moeller. Now they come back. The receiver at the top of the screen on the run finds the hole between the linebackers. Everett hits him there. Now he's cutting behind the secondary, and it wasn't a tackle from Cohen that missed on the corner. I couldn't tell who that was, but it was a similar play that beat Michigan last week when Williams cut across the middle, caught it in that they call that magic square, that seam in the zone behind the linebackers in front of the deep backs. And when you got a guy with the speed of Price, he's able to turn that corner in a hurry and hurt you.
42-10 with that extra point and a 50-yard touchdown pass that time from Everett to Price to do the job. I would like to thank our gang up in the booth again. Jim Snyder, who has handled our statistics again. Our spotter has been Fred Posant, the flying Frenchman.
Did he play for the Canadiens at one time?
I'll tell you, Michigan coming through with a big win in hockey. Speaking about the Canadiens last night over New Hampshire, 3-2 in overtime. And going again tonight. Mr. Prosant, however, has made Munising, Michigan right on the map, hasn't he? Nice job, Fred. Michigan looking for an onside kick from the Boilermakers. We're down to 38 seconds remaining in the ball game. DeFeese, number 6. Has it teed up. And the scramble for it. Michigan retains possession over at the 40-yard line. So the Wolverines, with 36 seconds to go, in possession of the football and leading 42-10. Nelson is the man that fell on that football on the onside kick at the 40-yard line. Harbaugh stays in at quarterback. Perryman checks in late at fullback. Gerald White the tailback. And White will carry. Loses a yard. And 29 seconds remaining and ticking away. So the Wolverines will pick up their 7th win of the year in this one. And their conference mark will go to 6-1. As far as the Boilermakers concerned, their record in the conference will go to 2 wins, 4 losses, and the 1 tie. Might have time for one play. 6 seconds. Pitch to White. And he gets it up close to the 44-yard line, and that's going to be it. So the Wolverines bounce back after losing to Illinois a week ago and really take out revenge against the Boilermakers of Purdue, winning this afternoon by a score of 42-10.
The company said they had plans for me. Said I was crazy to throw it away to...
With the Wolverines showing some offense that really could not be denied today, winning by a score of 42-10, and a great afternoon for Steve Smith.
Yeah, I think that's the key to the whole thing this afternoon, is that Steve Smith, threw the ball extremely well and threw deep. He was 11 of...
The backup goaltender for Canada, Eddie Belfour, is the other one.